Building this Tuesday night. We're just 154 days out from the midterm elections, and tonight we're watching results from primaries in 6 states coast to coast, including New Jersey and parts of South Dakota where polls just closed at 8 p.m. Eastern, Iowa and New Mexico where polls are set to close at 9 p.m. Eastern, Montana where polls will close at 10 p.m. Eastern, and in the Golden State of California, home to one of the most expensive gubernatorial primaries ever, where polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern. Good evening and welcome to C-SPAN's coverage of another primary night in America. Polls closing and results starting to come in from New Jersey and South Dakota. You'll see those at the bottom of your screen. You can also follow along, of course, at cspan.org, and we hope you join us on the phones throughout the evening until about 1 a.m. Eastern time. So go ahead and start calling in. Here's how you can call in. Democrats 202-748-8920. Republicans 202-748-8921. Independents 202-748-8922. And if you voted today, if you're in one of those 6 states, 202-748-8923. We especially want to hear from you. And joining us in studio once again on this primary night, it's Jacob Rubashkin, Deputy Editor of Inside Elections, and Jessica Taylor, the Senate and Governor's Editor of the Cook Political Report. Jessica Taylor, biggest race of the night is in California. Gavin Newsom is being succeeded by one of some 60 candidates that filed to run. 2 will go to the general election in November. What do you expect is going to happen tonight?
Well, it's really 3 candidates that we're watching and how the tides have turned in this race in California. Because just a couple of months ago, Democrats were worried. California uses a unique top 2 primary system. So all of the candidates, regardless of party, are on the same ballot. And the top 2 finishing candidates, regardless of party, will advance to the general election. But Democrats were worried that they might get locked out in one of the most Democratic states in the country because there were 2 prominent Republicans, former Fox News commentator Steve Hilton and Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco, versus an uninspiring field of Democrats, to put it there. After Kamala Harris passed on the race, the Attorney General Rob Bonta passed on the race, Alex Padilla, Senator, passed on the race. So it was becoming, who does anyone want to be California senator? Well, there were some that did. And then after Eric Swalwell got in the race and then very quickly flamed out, you had a surprising person who was mired in the single digits. Former Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra was able to jump up in the polls to where he is actually leading the pack right now. Tom Steyer, billionaire, former hedge fund executive, has spent over $200 million. He hopes to finish in the top 2, and so there could be a Steyer-Becerra race. This could go on, or it probably looks like it might be either Becerra and Hilton or Becerra or Steyer and Hilton there. But it's been a really sort of fascinating, twisty, turny kind of things, to where, again, when Democrats were just praying that one Democrat gets into thinking, maybe we get both candidates, and that could have down ballot implications for Republicans on the House side.
Speaking of going on, vote counting in California likely to go on late in tonight and into tomorrow and maybe even longer. Jacob Rubashkin, when everything's said and done, the California race and then all the races in these other 5 states, what are we going to learn about the bigger picture of the midterm elections when this is over?
There's a lot going on tonight. This is a big moment for Democrats as they finally select nominees in some of the most competitive House races across the country. We're going coast to coast here. We've got races in New Jersey, like New Jersey's 7th congressional district. Republican Tom Kean Jr., one of the most vulnerable incumbents anywhere in the country. This is a guy who's been missing from Washington, D.C. for 3 months.
We don't know where he is in the country right now.
We don't know where he is in the country right now. And Democrats have a crowded primary to take him on this fall. You move across the country, east to west. You've got 3 highly competitive races in the state of Iowa that we're watching on the House side. Not so much on the primaries. All 3 of those primaries have sorted themselves out. But getting those candidates into the general election, an important step. You've got some reach races You've got a race in western Montana where there's a very heated Democratic primary on the House side. And then you get to the big event of tonight, or more likely, as you said, tomorrow morning, next week, the week after. We know California takes a long time.
A dozen or 14 races we're watching on the House side in California.
Absolutely. And if you remember, Democrats redrew the map in California a couple of months ago to help them gain as many as 5 seats. But those 5 seats are not all gimmies. They still have to field candidates, and those candidates still have to win tough races, several of them against incumbents. So you've got races like the 6th District, where former Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley, now an independent, is trying to hold on to his seat. There are a bunch of Democrats who are running to replace or to beat him. You've got California's 22nd District, David Valadao, one of the most vulnerable, but also one of the strongest Republicans on the House map. And there are 2 candidates, one backed by Democrats in D.C., one backed by national progressive groups, both looking to take him on. You've got races in San Diego, like California's 48th District, up and down the ballot. This is going to be a big moment for Democrats as they finally get these champions and look toward November.
So that's the House map. Jessica Taylor, take us to the Senate map tonight. What are we going to learn tonight on that front?
Well, the big race that I'm watching is in Iowa, where polls will close in a couple of hours there. This is a race that Democrats, it's been moving up their target list. It's an open seat with Senator Joni Ernst retiring. Now, there's not a lot of drama on the Republican side. Ashley Hinson has only a nominal primary challenger. She's a former TV news anchor, been seen as a rising star within the Republican Party ever since she was elected a couple of cycles ago to a competitive House seat. But on the Democratic side, you have sort of a more moderate challenger versus a more progressive challenger. So the candidate that Washington wants, that Chuck Schumer and the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee wants, is Josh Turek. He's a state representative from Council Bluffs. He has represented a state House seat that Trump carried. Versus State Senator Zach Walz. He has an endorsement from Elizabeth Warren. He's from Iowa City, from very blue Johnson County. He's actually never had a Republican opponent. So Turek is making this contest more about electability and saying, I'm the type of candidate that can put a seat that went for Trump by 13 points on the map. Versus Walz is saying, we need a fighter. We need someone who can sort of get labor and more sort of blue collar workers excited. Vote Vets has spent $10 million for Josh Turek in this race. Now, Turek is not a veteran himself. He's actually in a wheelchair due to spina bifida, which was caused by his father's exposure to Agent Orange in Vietnam. So that is one of the reasons why they have spent so much on this race. Walz, has cast that as Washington meddling in this contest. But polling from Vote Vets has shown that that money has given Turek a big leg up in polling.
Jacob Rubashkin, the past 2 Tuesdays in June, and I'm thinking Texas and North Carolina in particular, there's been the Trump endorsement factor and Donald Trump playing a big factor on primary night. How much of a factor is the Donald Trump endorsement playing in some of these races that you're watching tonight?
Well, the big one that we're watching to see whether Trump's endorsement has the juice that his chosen candidate needs is in Iowa, where Trump made a last-minute endorsement of for the governor's race of Randy Feenstra, who's the 4th District congressman who had been thought of as one of the front runners for the nomination, but a poll had come out a couple days ago showing him actually in 2nd place behind a businessman named Zach Lane. The president sprang into gear. He endorsed Feenstra, who he had withheld his endorsement from previously. There was some conversation about how Trump was still smarting over Feenstra's refusal to endorse Trump back in the 2024 presidential primaries when Randy Feenstra was playing kingmaker in Iowa and didn't endorse anyone before the Iowa caucuses. So if Republicans can get Feenstra through this primary tonight, they'll be very happy. They've still got a tough race ahead, but there's a possibility that race could go to a convention. This is not something that is typical in Iowa, but if no candidate gets 35% of the vote, then the primary advances to a convention where all bets are off. We don't know what's going to happen there. It could get ugly. So the president's big endorsement in Iowa being tested. He also endorsed Steve Hilton in the state of California. That should be enough to get Steve Hilton at least in the top 2 or close to it. As Jessica said, there's a chance 2 Democrats get in there. But no more senators on Trump's target list at the moment. who could get the axe tonight.
So that's the 10-minute overview of Super Tuesday, as one publication referred to it.
Our friends at the Hotline.
Our friends at the Hotline, and Kirk Bado. He'll be on a little later this evening. But two of the best in the business on with us right now. Happy to talk about these races tonight, or any of the races in election 2026. I dare you to test them on their knowledge of House and Senate and gubernatorial races. Here's the phone numbers again: 202-748-8920 for Democrats. Republicans, 202-748-8921. Independents, 202-748-8922. And if you voted today, and fun fact, about 16% of America was eligible to vote today in these 6 states. So if you're in one of those 6 states, 202-748-8923. We will start in the state of New York, in Farmingville, New York. John is on the line, Republican. John, what are you watching for this Super Tuesday?
Stu lives in New Jersey in the 9th District, and he's been sending me pictures of all the mailers he's been getting. I actually watched the Republican and the Democratic debate down there, and him and I still can't come to an agreement on who he should have voted for today. He has a reason that I just keep shaking my head at.
Who do you think should win that race in New Jersey, John?
I haven't made up my mind yet. I do want to say that the Democratic debate was so awful, I had to almost toothpick my eye to keep it open. He's sold on Tiffany Burris purely because she's Plaxico's wife, and him being a longtime Giant fan. But I don't know. I look at her and I see her speak in front of the camera, and I don't buy it. I honestly don't think that any of the candidates that are running in the 9th District or the 11th District in Jersey are worth anybody's vote.
Jacob Rubashkin, 9th and 11th districts of New Jersey.
Well, look, as a fellow Giants fan, I'm not sure that being Plaxico Burriss's spouse is a reason to vote for a candidate after what he did to himself and the team following that Super Bowl win about 18 years ago, as painful as it is to say, but he cost the team a chance at a repeat performance. So I will leave that consideration to your friend, though. This district is a fascinating one, right? Because 4 years ago, this was not on anyone's radar. This was a seat that everyone considered to be very solidly Democratic. This is an urban North Jersey and Western New York City suburbs seat. It's heavily Hispanic. And while Joe Biden won it in 2020 by about 19 or 20 points at the top of the ticket, fast forward 4 years later, and Donald Trump carried this district narrowly out of nowhere. The incumbent Nellie Poe, she took over from Bill Pascrell, who died while in office. She was not anticipating this race to be a highly, highly competitive race. She only won by 5 points. And this cycle, Republicans have put it squarely on the target list. They've got this primary, though. National Republicans like Tiffany Burris. She's got the celebrity sheen. Plaxico's wife, she's an attorney. She has some fundraising capacity, some self-funding capacity potentially. But there's another candidate in there, Rosie Pino, who's a local office holder who's got some more relationships on the local political side. And we'll see. What I will say, though, is that this district is no longer a top target for Republicans. This is a seat that at the beginning of the cycle looked a little bit more competitive. We've got increasing evidence that Hispanic voters are shifting back toward the Democratic Party after swinging hard for Trump in 2024. Mikey Sherrill won this district by 20 points in the 2025 New Jersey gubernatorial race. So if we're in October, still talking about New Jersey 9 as a highly competitive district, things have gone pretty horribly wrong for Democrats at this point.
Let me stay in the Garden State and head there, actually. Joining us via Zoom is Joey Fox of the New Jersey Globe, the Washington correspondent. It's newjerseyglobe.com. Joey Fox, we just talked about the 9th and the 11th districts of New Jersey. What are you watching for in your home state, the Garden State, this evening?
Well, so first of all, I'm cheating a little bit. I am broadcasting here from D.C. rather than New Jersey, unfortunately. But the two contests that I'm watching most closely, and I think people around New Jersey are watching most closely, are two Democratic primaries. One in the 7th district, where you've got 4 Democratic candidates who are running against Tom Kean Jr. He's a swing district congressman who is one of the most vulnerable House Republicans in November. So tonight we'll decide who his Democratic opponent will be. And there's become sort of some national intrigue in this race because this mysterious super PAC that everybody kind of suspects is tied to the Republicans, but that won't be definitively known for another couple of weeks, if ever, has suddenly come in and started attacking Bennett, which Bennett says, I think correctly, means that Republicans don't want her to be the nominee and are trying to sort of forestall that before she even gets the chance. But Republicans have kind of covered their tracks, so you can't say so quite definitively. But I do think that Bennett is still the favorite tonight. Last time I checked the results, I don't know if any counties in that district are reporting yet, so we don't really know yet. But there's a lot of signs that point towards her. And then in the 12th district, that is Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman's district. She's held it for the last 12 years, but she's retiring this year. And there are 12 Democratic candidates who are running for it. So it's a super crowded field. But in the sort of waning days of the race, it started to increasingly look like Adam Hamawee, who's a plastic surgeon and an Army veteran, has kind of an advantage. And it's an unusual case where oftentimes you have maybe a more moderate frontrunner, and there's the possibility of a more progressive candidate upsetting them. And here it's the opposite, where the most progressive major candidate in the race is Hamawee. And he's the one who's the frontrunner. He's got the most money. He's got a super PAC supporting him. He's got Bernie Sanders and AOC on his side. And all of the other candidates are progressive to some degree, but they are not running as distinctly left-wing campaigns, and they're the ones who have to hope for an upset here.
And by the way, we should note that there is a Senate race in New Jersey. Cory Booker is running for re-election ahead of what could potentially be, many people suspect, an eventual presidential run in 2028. So doing especially well this time around looks good for that resume. What do you know about who could face him in November? Obviously, whoever that is would likely be at a distinct disadvantage in the very blue state of New Jersey.
Yeah, so Republicans, I think, are unlikely to win a Senate race in New Jersey this year. That's something that people at both parties would be willing to admit to. I kind of thought that there was definitely an opportunity for sort of a decently well-known Republican in New Jersey to wage this campaign, raise a fair bit of money, kind of raise their profile against Booker. You know, you get to be the guy who's taking on the potential future presidential candidate. Booker is popular in New Jersey broadly, but not popular among New Jersey Republicans. But none of those kind of bigger names stepped up. And so you ended up with a field of lesser known candidates. I see on the screen, you've got Alex Sedan and Richard Tabor. There's 2 others, Justin Murphy and Bob Lebovics. None of them were particularly known statewide prior to this year. And yeah, you see Justin Murphy's in the lead, which is not exactly what I was expecting. But part of this race has just been, it's been very tough to predict, very tough to know what's going on. Local endorsements in the race have completely splintered. So there's no clear sort of party establishment pick. And to my relative surprise, no one has raised pretty much any money in this race. I would kind of think that the pitch to GOP donors is, I'm the guy who's running against Cory Booker, give me money. And plenty of donors won't necessarily know that Booker probably won't be beaten. But none of these candidates have been able to do that yet. So it's been sort of a low information, low expense primary. And I could see really any result happening tonight, and it wouldn't exactly surprise me.
And we should note just 12% in the Senate race, the Republican primary there. So a lot to go. And a reminder, we go by the Associated Press calls here, so we'll tell you those when it does happen. You'll see it on what you see on your screen. There'll be a little check mark by the winner when that call does happen. Joey Fox, what do we know about where Mikey Sherrill's going to be tonight? Where's Cory Booker going to be? Where sort of the headliners of New Jersey going to be tonight on this primary night?
I'm not sure, in part because they did not get especially involved. Mikey Sherrill never, she made some endorsements of sort of non-controversial incumbents, but otherwise stayed out of the biggest races. So did Booker, and so did Kim, so did Andy Kim. So the 3 statewide officials all kind of took a little bit of a back seat in this race. You're not really seeing that be a major focus for voters or the candidates themselves. This is definitely, it's a very balkanized election night, where I think every voter is going into the voting booth with kind of their own race in mind. And I think you could get some results that maybe seem a little incongruous across district boundaries, like maybe the more moderate Rebecca Bennett wins in the 7th district, but the very progressive Adam Hamawee wins in the 12th district. And I think that's part of why.
And then also, what do we know about the turnout in New Jersey today? What are the stories on the ground that were happening as everybody was going out to vote today in the Garden State?
I mean, I think that, I apologize for my phone going off.
It happens.
I think that, both parties weren't entirely sure who was going to show up at all. I think that's especially true on the Republican side because there was no big contest on the ballot. I'll be kind of looking at, I know that people have been analyzing other states' primaries around the country for, how Democrats shape up versus Republicans. And I'll be sort of looking at that here. That's not a great indicator of what's happening in November, but if Democrats are drastically outvoting Republicans, or if Democrats are sort of punching way above their weight and voting in primaries at a way higher rate than they usually do, then that is sort of yet another little straw in the camel's back of Democrats looking like they have the enthusiasm edge going into November, and maybe that translates into a pretty substantial turnout edge in November and winning a lot of seats.
And then finally on the 7th District on Tom Keene Jr., do you have any inside information about where he's been or anything more about the medical situation he's facing?
I do not. You've got my story up from a couple hours ago right there. I mean, he has very pointedly declined to give the press much information, his constituents much information, his own, party leaders and allies in Congress much information. Keine has always been an unusually private congressman. He doesn't really talk to the press in the Capitol hallways. He's definitely not sort of one of the more loquacious members of Congress. And this is a situation where I think your average member of Congress would, a couple of weeks into some kind of health issue, been like, yes, it was this the whole time, and here's when I might be back, and here's why I've been gone. That's just never really been how Keine or his office operates. And he sort of had the misfortune of, he's in a swing district. This became a national news story in April. And now everybody is watching his every move. And his every move so far has been nothing new to report. And so, yeah, I wish that I could give your viewers more insight into this, but I have as much as they do.
Joey Fox, before you go, let me turn to Jacob Rubashkin and Jessica Taylor. Any questions for Joey Fox that we didn't cover there that you want to learn about the Garden State before we let Joey Fox go?
Joey, this is Jacob Rubashkin. Sue Altman, familiar face to New Jersey watchers, also running in that primary with Adam Hamwee. How has she landed in this race? 2 years ago, she was the progressive option in New Jersey 7 who managed to clear the field in that very contentious primary before voters even got a chance to cast ballots. Is she yesterday's news for progressives at this point, or is there a chance that she can pull enough of the progressive vote away to allow one of the other candidates with a more localized political base to pull off an upset tonight?
I don't want to count her or anybody out before I actually see votes tonight, but what I will say is that I think that her campaign shows how difficult it is in this political moment in the Democratic Party to be sort of a progressive but not of the left. In the sense that, Adam Hamwee came in and he was very clearly sort of a movement progressive, somebody who could get that kind of national support and who would say the very left-wing things about Palestine and healthcare and et cetera, that kind of movement demands of its candidates. And Sue Altman was never really that type of progressive. She was always more focused on sort of anti-machine, anti-establishment progressivism in New Jersey and fighting against, she had a huge victory when the county line was struck down. That was something that she had organized against for years. So that was always kind of her lane, and that worked well enough in the 7th District, but in a sort of more progressive electorate in the 12th District and facing a candidate who could credibly claim to be sort of the most progressive option. The consensus was that she got boxed out a little bit. We'll see when the votes actually come in, whether that ends up being true. But being the second most left-wing candidate in a field can be sort of a difficult spot to be in.
The votes coming in fast and furious in New Jersey. Polls closed at 8 o'clock. Joey Fox, we will let you go. I think we're going to hear from you a little later tonight, though. Thanks for the time from the New Jersey Globe, the Washington correspondent there. It's newjerseyglobe.com. We'll catch you a little bit later. We'll be chatting with reporters in all these primary states throughout the night. And of course, Iowa is another one of those primary states. And we have callers from Iowa as well. Jeremy is in Sioux City. Jeremy, thanks for waiting. We'll turn to the Hawkeye State.
Yeah, no problem.
And Jeremy, it's easier if you turn your television down. There you go. Go for it. What's your question or comment?
Well, I just want to say don't sleep on Jim Carlin in that seat that's open, the open seat against Henson. He's got a lot of support here locally in this side of Iowa, and also had been on the campaign trail a lot more than Henson local. So I would say don't sleep on him, and I wouldn't be surprised if Randy comes out pretty high as well. based upon what I've just done in my research locally here.
Jeremy, thanks for the call from Sioux City. Jessica Taylor, anything you want to add to that on Iowa?
I mean, I think that, Iowa is obviously a very retail state. They expect you to go everywhere and shake everyone's hands and be everywhere. And that's something that Feenstra has especially been criticized for not getting out there enough. He hasn't done debates and different things. So you have, like I said, Zach Lane has come up there. Adam Steen had a lot of evangelical support. Really the magic number we're watching for in the governor's race is 35%. To see whether otherwise that gets tossed to a convention and which it could go to a more conservative candidate.
That's the rule in Iowa? That
is the rule in Iowa. If a candidate does not get 35% of the vote, then it would go to a convention.
So we've got the jungle primary rule in California. We've got the 35% rule in Iowa.
35% also in South Dakota to avoid a runoff.
That's okay. What other rules do we need to know about tonight as we go into this?
So 35 is the magic number tonight in both Iowa and South Dakota. Larry Roden faces a really strong primary challenge. Now, he became governor when Kristi Noem became Deputy Department of Homeland Security Secretary. So he's facing three challengers, but really the polling has shown that it's the Congressman Dusty Johnson and Tony Doden. Excuse me, I started to say Larry Roden, Toby Doden. Yes, sorry, saying that very quickly there too. He's a wealthy businessman that's put in a lot of his own money into this contest. Roden, you can't think of him as he's not an elected incumbent, so he doesn't have the same depth of support. In fact, the last incumbent governor to lose a primary was also one that became governor because they became lieutenant governor, that became governor, and that was back in Kansas in 2018. Jeff Collier, who was actually seeking the governorship again in Kansas this year, but he actually just dropped his bid on yesterday, because Trump had endorsed another candidate in that contest.
So let me go over one more strange rule tonight, the 35% rule you said. How about 2,351 write-in votes for Ben Ray Lujan's challenger in New Mexico to qualify for the general election ballot? What do we know about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's something certainly to be cognizant of tonight, but I think that Ben Ray Lujan is going to be just fine in that race. Really, the more interesting contest there is in the open race for governor, where Deb Haaland could become the first Native American woman to be elected governor if she wins that primary.
And she was the first Native American cabinet member, as you'll recall, yes. Interior Secretary. Who's she likely to face off against in the governor's race on the Republican side?
Probably she's probably facing off.
Greg Hall.
Greg Hall, yes, he is. He's a mayor there as well. So that is he's the mayor of Rio Rancho, but she is heavily favored in that contest.
Deb Haaland out with a new book. I'm trying to remember the name of the book, but just in time for her governor's election, A Voice Like Mine. It's one we're covering on C-SPAN's Book TV. Yeah. It's amazing that when these candidates have books. Cory Booker right. Has a book coming out about Stand is the name, books, and it's about his 25 hours standing on the floor of the Senate.
Deb Haaland's running against Sam Bregman, who some people may know because he is the father of Alex Bregman, baseball player, who I know was playing for the Astros when the Nationals won the World Series, and that is the extent of my baseball knowledge. I believe he is maybe with Boston right
Red
now?
Sox,
okay,
yeah.
We'll give
you football, we'll give you baseball, we did college football a couple weeks ago.
What else can we do?
Happy to continue to do it.
Welcome to
football,
C-SPAN Sports.
I know. Baseball I do not, unless they are the Nationals.
Yeah. Let me turn back to the phones. Mike is out in California, line for Democrats. Mike, who do you think's coming out of the governor primary tonight out there?
I think it's going to be the two Democrats, personally. I did vote for Steyer, so I wanted to make sure there was at least two Democrats running. But my question is on District 40, in California. We have Ken Calvert and Young Kim, two Republicans, and then a newcomer, Esther Barrett. And I would like to know your guest's opinion about that race.
Jacob Rubashkin is a great person to ask that question to.
So this is a district that Democrats redrew to be a vote sink for Republicans.
Explain what a vote sink is.
So when you redraw the lines, when you're gerrymandering a congressional map, as Democrats just did with California, you can't actually change who the voters are. All you can change is where you put them. And so the number of Republican voters in California is fixed. And what Democrats did was essentially they took a bunch of Republican voters out of surrounding Orange County and LA districts, and they created a new district that they called the 40th, where they put all those Republican voters into. So they made worse their odds of flipping this seat in order to make better their odds of flipping a number of the surrounding seats. And as a function of what they did when they drew that map, they combined two Republican incumbents into one district. Young Kim, who is a relative newcomer to the House Republican Conference. She was first elected in 2020. And Ken Calvert, who is one of the longer-standing members of the conference, first elected back in the 1990s. And the two of them are both running for the same seat. It's the worst game of musical chairs that either of them has ever played in their life. But as you said, there's also another factor in this race, which is actually a multitude of Democratic candidates. Now, Esther Kim Verrett, who is a personally wealthy art dealer, is the most prominent and the best funded of the various Democrats running here. There are also some other Democrats, Joe Kerr, the former fire chief, and 2024 nominee, immigration attorney Lisa Ramirez. There are going to be a lot of people on the ballot with a D next to their name, but Esther Kim Verrett is the only one who's really been spending heavily. Now, the other thing that's going on here is that there is a Republican super PAC we do not know the funders of or the origins of that has been on a mission to boost Esther Kim Verrett. Now, why would a Republican super PAC be spending to boost a Democrat in the race? Well, pretty clearly, the super PAC is being run by the allies of either Young Kim or Ken Calvert, with the intention of getting Esther Kim Verrett into the general election against their preferred Republican, and then that Republican winning in a more heavily Republican seat. This district would have voted for Donald Trump by double digits.
Is there a lot more of that going on this year than in previous cycles? The playing in the other team's primary to try to fix who you're going to face off with in the general?
So much. I mean,
why this year more than previous years?
Well, it's an excellent question, because we've seen this kind of tactic used before. We all remember in 2012 when Claire McCaskill in Missouri, she ran ads during the Republican primary saying that Todd Akin was too conservative for Missouri. That actually elevated Todd Akin within the Republican primary. He then went on to lose to her in the general election. So the overall theory here is nothing new, but this year has seen an absolute explosion of the uses, and it's entered a particularly new phase where it's no longer the candidates themselves or the party committees that are doing this kind of meddling. What we're seeing instead is super PACs that show up days or just weeks before Election Day that don't have to disclose their donors ahead of when voters go to the polls, and who are not actually tipping their hand necessarily in the content of their advertising as to who they support or don't support. So we saw this in Texas. There was a Democrat running for a San Antonio House district who had said some pretty crazy anti-Semitic things. There was a super PAC that popped up and spent $1 million promoting her in that primary.
And this is what they call dark money.
This is potentially dark money. At the moment, what we know is that there's a super PAC that is called Lead Left is one of them. The Real Change is another one of these super PACs. They haven't disclosed anything yet because their filing deadlines aren't until later this month. Now, when they do file those reports, they will be required to say where they got their money from. But as we heard Joey talk about a couple minutes ago, there's a real chance that their funders are dark money groups, are what are known as 501c4s, which don't have to disclose their donors. It's complicated. There's a real...
But again, when you show up a week or two before the primary and start spending this money, it's de facto dark money because then you don't have to file the paperwork until afterwards.
Yes, absolutely. No, it is clearly intended to hide the source of these dollars for at least until after the primary is over and potentially forever. And the reason why I think this is happening now is simply because we are still at the frontier of campaign finance shenanigans. We're only about a decade and a half since Citizens United, which upended the entire system. Every cycle, there is a level of innovation in this space, and every cycle, actors will push the boundaries of what is and isn't acceptable. There's currently no quorum at the Federal Elections Commission, so there's no governing body to even determine how much of these things are allowed versus not allowed. It is really the Wild West, and groups like Lead Left and Real Change and the group that's spending in California 40, they're going to keep doing that until somebody tells them they can't.
Jessica Taylor, what is the oddest, the craziest one of these that you've seen this cycle of playing in the other team's primary?
Well, it's one that we still don't know a lot about, but probably one of the weirdest things that's happening right now is there's a candidate in Alaska. The Senate candidate there is named Dan Sullivan, the incumbent, and there's another Dan Sullivan running. Alaska, as we've been talking about these sort of weird election rules, Alaska has a top 4 all-party primary system that then enables ranked choice voting. So if you have
in the general election,
so the top 4 candidates, regardless of party, advance to the general election, and then they are ranked choice there. But if you have 2 Republicans named Dan Sullivan, you know, you could rank the wrong one. You could vote for the wrong one. Now, the Democratic candidate, Mary Peltola's team has said that they are not involved with either Dan Sullivan, but, you know, there's evidence in some of the metadata and things that this is a Democratic operative that's trying to do this. Perhaps we're still in the early stages of reporting about it. So I think that's the oddest thing that I have seen so far this cycle, is that when you have a candidate of the same name trying to get on the ballot to confuse voters.
And I think the funniest thing about that situation is that there is a third Dan Sullivan in Alaska, who's the former mayor of Anchorage, who actually did briefly run for the Senate, I want to say back in 2016.
Why is everybody in Alaska named Dan Sullivan?
Yeah.
So they need more names up there, I guess.
Yeah.
Let me come back to the marquee race of the night. It's California. It's going to be one of the most expensive gubernatorial primaries ever. And in California, the caller Mike from California had said that he wanted one of the 2 Democrats. I'm assuming he meant Tom Steyer. He said he voted for him.
Right.
And Javier Becerra was probably the other one. But I want to show viewers, this is 30-second ads from 6 of the 60 gubernatorial candidates in California. So you can hear the message that California voters are hearing as they head into this primary night. It starts with Steve Hilton, the Republican in California. These are some of the ads.
Why is Trump favorite Steve Hilton attacking Javier Becerra? Because Javier Becerra is Trump's worst nightmare. He's spent his career winning big fights for California, from protecting dreamers to expanding Obamacare and fighting to lower prescription drug costs. That's why he's endorsed by Planned Parenthood, teachers, nurses, and progressive leaders you trust.
I'm not going to let some talking head from Fox News be the next governor of the state of California. Are you ready?
I think California is at a crossroads right now. The rent is too high, healthcare is too high. I'm Assemblymember Isaac Bryan. I'm supporting Tom Steyer because he's delivered the most for California over the longest period of time, whether it's fighting for a fair criminal legal system, whether it's pushing back against attacks to the foundations of democracy, or calling for everybody to pay their fair share. Tom fought for free lunches for children in schools. He's going to fight to cut utility bills by 25%. He's going to ban corporate PAC money in politics. I want a governor who's going to fight fire with fire, and that fire is Tom Steyer.
I'm Katie Porter, and I'm not like most people who run for governor. I actually get what you're going through. A single mom of 3 kids, I know what it's like to push the shopping cart. My minivan has almost 200,000 miles. I have a grown kid who may soon be living on my couch. To give Californians what they need, it's going to take standing up to Donald Trump, calling out greedy corporations, and stepping on some toes along the way. Now, could you guys please get out of my shot?
We're in San Francisco's historic and beautiful Chinatown, connecting with residents, small business owners, talking about the positive changes they're seeing here and the leadership they want to see from our next governor.
I'm getting better at this, guys.
We're making a big decision on June 2nd. Let's get our state back to basics. Safer, cleaner, more prosperous for everyone. That's our shared fortune.
In just 3 days, Chris Hansen and I saved 51 kids from child predators. But today, California politicians are making it harder to put these predators behind bars and to keep them there. They are actually giving more resources to criminals than they are to our students. We don't need pickleball and film studios in our prisons. We need policies that keep child predators away from our kids. Soft on crime politicians created this mess. I'm Sheriff Chad Bianco as your governor. I'll fix it.
And you're seeing a live shot now from Los Angeles, where ballots are being counted in the Golden State. It is going to go for a while, though. We're not expecting results anytime soon out of California. The ballots officially close. The polling sites close in California 11 p.m. Eastern time. We just showed you about 6 or 7 ads from the California gubernatorial race. Jessica Taylor, what stood out for you in those ads?
Well, I think it's how some of these candidates had a little bit of a moment, or we thought might have had a moment, and never really materialized. Now, Katie Porter, she's a former member of Congress, was elected to Orange County, to represent Orange County in 2018. She ran for Senate last year against Adam Schiff and failed to make the top 2. He used his PAC to boost a Republican so that he would essentially have an easier time in the general election. And she was well known for her congressional hearings. She's a former law school professor. Actually, Elizabeth Warren was her law school professor and mentor. She had her whiteboard where she would take apart.
And you saw that whiteboard in the ad
right.
there.
So
she was
using that
again.
And everything too. But she had two very damaging interviews that came out last fall, where she, was very combative and refused to answer questions from a local journalist. And then there was another older interview that surfaced where she berated a member of her staff to get out of my shot. At the end of that ad, she tried to sort of be tongue-in-cheek about it and say, now get out of my shot. But I think, as there was a feeling that maybe as the only woman in the race that she would benefit, but I think that, she had a lot of negative money spent against her in that primary last year, including from crypto, particularly just eviscerated her on air. Crypto-backed groups did. So she never, again, there was the feeling that maybe post Swalwell that she could have had another moment, but I think
there was a lane opening up.
Exactly. The other candidate post Swalwell that I was watching was Matt Mahan. He's the San Jose mayor. A lot of tech money there. So there were a lot of tech executives felt like there was room for a sort of moderate lane there, that they were pushing him. He was a critic of Newsom, talked about how he'd taken on homelessness in the area. And that's the 3rd largest city in California, but no one really knows that much about him. And so despite a super PAC and his campaign also spending a lot, he never really got above 8 to 10%. Now this, according to our friends at Impact,
These are the ad trackers.
These are, they track ads. As of last week, so the numbers have even grown. The California primary surpassed $315 million. It's the fifth most expensive non-presidential race on record. Tom Steyer made up 64% of that spending, with over $200 million. And remember that he spent about $500 million, I believe it was, in his failed presidential run. So if he doesn't even make it into the top two, that's a lot of money. You know, I'm also, another story that I'm watching this cycle is that there are a lot of self-funders that will put themselves in their ads that, you know, have some compelling stories. Rick Jackson is another one we're watching for the runoff. He made the runoff in Georgia in a couple of weeks. But even though he spent record amounts in that primary as well, he finished second to the Trump-endorsed Burt Jones. You have David Trone in Maryland coming up here in a couple of weeks as well, trying to get back a seat that he gave up in order to run unsuccessfully for the Senate. He well, in that race last cycle, he lapped Angela Alsobrooks in spending, and I think that, you know, the more people sort of see some of these ads, I think there's a level of diminishing returns that can sometimes happen with self-funders.
Now you got me thinking about what the other four most expensive non-presidential races in history are. I can have my producer look that up, though. But let me come to Jacob Rubashkin. I know you've been watching the numbers. We've got numbers in California coming in and South Dakota as well. What are the numbers that are most interesting to you right now?
Well, right now I'm looking at New Jersey, and we've got something very interesting happening in the Garden State right now in the 12th congressional district. Remember, that's where Adam Hamaway, the progressive plastic surgeon, who is running, as well as a big field of Democrats also vying to replace Bonnie Watson-Coleman. Just to situate everyone, this is a central Jersey district. It includes Trenton, it includes Princeton, and it has a little tendril that hits up into the New York City suburbs. And we're seeing something really interesting happen here, which is rare in these kinds of races. There are 4 counties that compose New Jersey's 12th district. Adam Hamaway is currently in the lead with about half the vote counted, with 23.5%. He does not lead in any of the 4 counties currently. Now, how is that possible? Well, what's going on here is there are 4 candidates in this race who are not named Adam Hamaway, who have very strong home bases. So you've got Verlina Reynolds Jackson, who is coming out of Mercer County. She currently leads there with 24%. You've got Chanel Robinson, who's coming out of Somerset County. She currently leads there with 27%. She's a county commissioner there. You've got Adrian Mapp, who is a mayor out of Union County. He leads in Union County with 43%. And you've got Brad Cohen, who is the mayor of East Brunswick in Middlesex County. He leads in Middlesex County with 36%. And yet in every single county, second place, Adam Hamaway, 21%. Adam Hamaway, 24%. Adam Hamaway, 25%.
The home base is all canceling each other out.
Adam Hamaway, 18%. Exactly. This is rare. We don't typically see this, but because he's not a political figure, he's a progressive national movement figure, he's able to pull votes from all across the district in a way that these other candidates haven't been able to escape their home bases. So it's a nail biter here. Brad Cohen, the East Brunswick mayor, is the only other one who right now looks like he's in fighting distance.
And we're at just about 50% right now.
We're just about 50% in. It's going to be a nail biter. We're 3% separate the two candidates, which is 1,013 votes, I believe, by the count I've got here.
That's about right from what I'm seeing on my screen.
And so long night ahead of us, but this map is one of these fun races. We rarely see this, where the winning candidate could actually get through without winning a single county in the district. That's not the case over in New Jersey's 7th, which is just to the north of the 12th district. Rebecca Bennett, who's was the front runner along the way here, the veteran who was the top fundraiser and had that money spent against her by the Republican super PAC. She, with about a third of the vote in, leads with a little under half We're looking at,
as a reminder, this is the race to take on Tom Keene Jr.
Yes.
This is the race that we're talking about there.
And she leads in every county that's reporting. What I'm looking at particularly right now, we've still got a lot of vote left out in Union County. This is not Rebecca Bennett's hometown, but it is the hometown of her top two opponents, two of her top three opponents, Tina Shaw, a physician, and Michael Roth, who's a former Biden administration official. Rebecca Bennett currently has about 51% of the vote out of Union County, but lots of votes left to count there. So either of those candidates are going to have to pull some rabbits out of hats pretty soon. Otherwise, it's looking like Rebecca Bennett will be the nominee against Tom Keene this fall.
And we'll stay on top of those races as we hear from you. Here's the phone numbers again if you want to call in tonight. And we're going to be here until about 1 a.m. Eastern time, so we're going to be talking to you all night long. Here's your phone numbers. Democrats 202-748-8920. Republicans 202-748-8921. Independents 202-748-8922. And if you voted today, one of those 6 states holding primaries today, 202-748-8923. Rory is back in California, Republican. Rory, what's the most interesting race for you today?
I'm a high school civics teacher, and what I did is I challenged my students to go ahead and assess the mayoral race and also the gubernatorial race here in the state. And I told them to include the media's perspective, which I think is vital for people to concern themselves with. And it really came back that, the Democrats are running on their hatred of Trump, which is something engendered by the elite liberal media. And they're not talking about where they stand on the issues. That's one of the main reasons I gave them that assignment, because I want them to know where the Democrats were on the issues, because the elite liberal media serves as the offensive team left, and Democrats serve as defense team left. So, in effect, when you vote Democratic, you're voting for the elite liberal media's values. You ought to even know what those values are, not just hatred of Trump, vote against Trump, and we're not going to tell you where we stand.
So, Rory,
I don't think I serve them as good
will you tell us who you voted for tonight?
I voted for, I didn't vote for, I live out in Orange County, so, not Orange County, Riverside County. So, but I did vote for Hilton. The Democrats pretty much got us into this mess, so I don't know why anybody would vote for a Democrat, unless the elite liberal media shares your values, because they're on the same team.
Gotcha.
And that's why they could get away. That's why the liberals could get away with running on hatred of Trump.
Got your point. That's Rory out in California. This is Ryan in Springfield, Tennessee, I believe, Republican. Did you want to comment?
I have family there.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I'm a Republican. I'm a strong Trump supporter, but I'm not a big fan of I like gerrymandering to a certain extent. I think you can't take politics out of redistricting. It's kind of like taking wet out of water. But I would like it if the Supreme Court would eventually rule that all congressional districts need to be geographically compact and comport with county and city lines. So in a way, I support what the Supreme Court did with the Voting Rights Act, but I don't like what that they didn't say, okay, districts need to be geographically compact. So you can gerrymander, but that needs to be a basic limit. And I have a theory on why President Trump's willing to sacrifice California Republicans or New York Republicans. I think President Trump would rather have more Republicans from Florida and Texas who might be from more competitive districts, but their votes would be more reliable than, let's say, Republicans from New York and California. Because even though New York and California Republicans could be safe states, districts, if they're red districts, they're within blue states, so they wouldn't be as beholden to the Trump agenda. So that's kind of my theory on that. Now, I want to ask about a couple of House races. The 3 House races: Greg Landsman, Marcy Kaptur, and Amelia Sykes. That's not on tonight, but I want to ask about those.
Ryan, you give us a few things to talk about. Thanks for that. Let's start with the House races in Ohio. Jacob Rubashkin, before we get to redistricting.
Okay, Ohio 1, Greg Landsman, Cincinnati area seat. This was redrawn before this election cycle to be more competitive. It was already competitive. Greg Landsman beat Steve Chabot in 2022, a longtime Republican congressman. Landsman faces Eric Conroy, who's a Republican former CIA officer and military veteran. This is a race that Democrats should win in the current political environment. It is a Trump seat under its current configuration, but right now, I think you have to give Landsman at least a slight edge here. Still highly competitive. But if Landsman is losing on election night in November, Democrats, again, have a real problem. Sherrod Brown's certainly not winning that Senate race if Greg Landsman is going down in Ohio 1. Moving up to Ohio 9, we're speed running here. Toledo area district, Marcy Kaptur.
We've got time. You don't need to speed run.
The longest serving woman in congressional history, Marcy Kaptur. She is she's the mayor of Toledo. She conquered the snake on the lake when Republicans drew her in with Cleveland's Dennis Kucinich in an attempt to boot one of them out. She booted Kucinich out of Congress. And she is in the fight of her political life, but that is nothing new for her. She's had really tough races the last 2 election cycles. Republicans keep making this district more competitive for her. It is now at a point where it would have voted for Donald Trump by close to 10 points. But Republicans also turned around and they nominated Derek Marin, who's the state representative who Marcy Kaptur beat 2 years ago. Now, she beat him by a very narrow margin, and there was a third-party candidate on the ballot that a lot of Republicans blamed for Marin's loss. But the reality is he is not a particularly strong fundraiser, and he has not been able to close the deal before. This is going to be a better political environment than Marcy Kaptur got to run in 2024. Highly, highly competitive race, arguably her most competitive since she got to Congress, but one where she's still got some fight left in her. Finally, Ohio's 13th district. This is an Akron-based seat. Amelia Sykes, the Democratic congresswoman. This race is off the board. Republicans' top recruit, Kevin Coughlin, who held Sykes to a very narrow win back in 2024 when this district was redrawn to be just a little bit more Democratic. He called it quits. He said, it's too tough for me to win this cycle. That has left Republicans with a B or C tier nominee out there. Amelia Sykes should be fine and returning to Congress next cycle.
Jessica Taylor, any thoughts on Sherrod Brown's chances in Ohio?
We currently have this race rated as a toss-up. I mean, I think that this is a must-win if Democrats are going to win back the Senate. I think that Brown has the money right now where he is trying to paint the appointed senator there, John Husted, is tied to an Epstein donor. Husted, he's been the lieutenant governor. He was Secretary of State, but most people don't know their down ballot elected officials very well. What I think Brown has, though, he's still a Democrat in a state that has consistently moved against Democrats. He had a lot of money spent against him. National Republicans, the National Republican Super PACs and a leadership fund, they've made this their #1 highest spending race. Ohio is not a cheap state. I think that Ohio could break the spending for Senate ad spending, I think, this year.
And then Jacob Rubashkin on redistricting and the caller's concerns about redistricting and calling for geographically compact districts. How close or far are we, do you think, from some sort of major redistricting reform? We seem to be amid sort of the wild west of redistricting right now.
I think we're further away, but also paradoxically potentially closer than we have been in a long time. Because
that this will push people to it?
Exactly, yeah. I think that we're not there yet, but the thing that will push people to support a more formalized redistricting process has to be, I think, a break in the system. There was a trend, a movement in the 2010s towards citizen-led redistricting commissions, toward independent redistricting commissions. We saw state after state. The state legislators didn't want to do it, but voters often got it on the ballot and approved it in places like California, in places like Colorado, in places like Michigan, places like Virginia. And there was a glimmer of hope that the citizens would take some of that power back, or at least out of the hands of overzealous state legislators who were drawing maps to favor one party or the other. And what we've seen over the last year is that when push comes to shove, those citizens will turn around and hand that power back to the partisan power brokers if the stakes are high enough. So in California, which passed an independent redistricting commission, voters turned out and by 20 points, they approved a plan to give Democrats more seats. In Virginia, which passed independent bipartisan redistricting commission, with a 2/3 majority a decade ago, voters turned out, and by a narrow margin, but a real margin, they approved a Democratic plan to give Democrats more seats. That plan got overturned by the state Supreme Court, but the issue remains. At one point, the citizens were the backstop to the most ferocious gerrymanders. At this current moment, it's clear even the citizens are on board with this partisan tit for tat. I don't know how it ends, but I do think it has to get worse before it gets better. The Supreme Court has waded into this discussion twice now in a significant manner. The first time in 2019 in the Rucho v. Common Cause case, where they ruled that partisan gerrymandering was non-justiciable in federal courts. What that means is partisan gerrymandering, there's nothing that prohibits in the Constitution from doing it for the states, so go crazy. And then just a couple weeks ago in Calais, they very much adjusted the interpretation of the Voting Rights Act, potentially making it difficult, if not impossible, to get a racial discrimination case through to toss out a congressional map. What we're doing here is we are reducing the constraints. We are reducing the restrictions placed on state legislators who want to redistrict. So as our caller said, there are fewer rules now than there have been in a very long time. I don't think the Supreme Court is going to step in and say, hey, you've got to make compact districts, you've got to do this or that. I think it's up to state legislators, Congress potentially, or the citizens themselves to impose those restrictions.
We are just after 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and polls have just closed in the states of Iowa and New Mexico. And we've got a call for you in the Garden State of New Jersey. Back to the 7th District of New Jersey, the Associated Press calling Rebecca Bennett the winner of the Democratic primary to take on Tom Kean Jr. Jacob Rubashkin, remind us who Rebecca Bennett is.
Rebecca Bennett is a former Navy pilot. She is now she's the Democratic nominee here. She's running very much kind of in the mold of Mikey Sherrill, who didn't hold this district but held a neighboring district to the north here, and ran as kind of a national security woman. We remember that 2018 cycle where Mikey Sherrill won. That was a big trend across competitive districts around the country. Members like Abigail Spanberger, Alyssa Slotkin, Mikey Sherrill, Chrissy Houlihan running, emphasizing their national security credentials. There's another group of women this cycle. I believe they call themselves the Hellcats. Rebecca Bennett is one of them. Also Kate Conley, who's running against Mike Lawler in New York's 17th Congressional District. Joe Mendoza, a Marine veteran, running in Arizona's 6th District against Juan Ciscomani. We will see if this group of women is as successful in winning these highly competitive races and helping flip the Democrats into control of the House as they were in 2018.
That's the latest out of the Garden State. Let's go to the latest out of the Hawkeye State of Iowa. To do that, we're joined via Zoom by Iowa Capitol Dispatch political reporter Robin Upsall. Robin Upsall, thanks for joining us. I know polling just closed. What are you watching for? How soon are you expecting results out of the Hawkeye State?
Absolutely. Like you just mentioned, we are just finishing up here with polls closing. It'll still be a bit before we're learning what election results are, but the biggest two races I would say here in the primary are the gubernatorial race happening on the Republican side, where there are 5 candidates running to become the GOP nominee, as Governor Kim Reynolds is not seeking re-election. There's also a very competitive Democratic primary race between State Representative Josh Turk and State Senator Zach Walz, who are hoping to compete to become the Democrat running in the seat currently held by Senator Joni Ernst. On the Republican side, it is likely that current Representative Ashley Hinson will become the nominee for that seat.
And then a bunch of competitive House races in Iowa as well. What is it about Iowa this cycle that has made so many competitive races across the Hawkeye State? What do you think it is?
Absolutely. I mean, I think there are a lot of factors, but certainly we're seeing, just like around the rest of the country, that there is some dissatisfaction or pushback based on some of the Republican policies, especially when it comes to issues like Medicaid cuts, where in rural Iowa, we're already seeing some hospital closures, as well as some people who are concerned about impacts of things like tariffs on especially a very agricultural dependent economy. Those are all issues I think that people are saying might make things more competitive in the 2026 general election here.
Jessica Taylor, remind us where the Cook Political Report has ranked the Iowa Senate race and some of those House races as well.
The Iowa Senate race right now, we have it rated as likely Republican. That could change based on the outcome of this primary tonight. I'll let Jacob talk about the House races. I know that Ashley Henson's we have rated likely Republican, and I believe we have the other two in toss-up.
Yeah.
The key toss-up races?
Key toss-up races.
Yeah.
You've got two of them in Iowa. You've got the 3rd Congressional District, which is Des Moines, and you've got the 1st Congressional District, which is right next door, southeastern Iowa, Davenport, Ottumwa.
And let me go back to Robin Upsall on some of those races. I know you're watching those today. What have you seen about turnout in some of these key races that we were just mentioning?
Yeah, so in those races, there might not be as big of a turnout on the House side because in the 3rd District, there are not primary challengers for either the incumbent representative, Zach Nunn, or the Democratic challenger, State Senator Sarah Trungariet. However, that's, of course, going to be a big race to watch in the general election. In the 1st District, there is a contested primary. That's Representative Marionette Miller Meeks has a primary challenger, as does Christina Bohannon, who has run against Miller Meeks in the past and come very close to winning, but ultimately losing in the 2024 election. Those are both races where we are not expecting to see a really competitive race here on the primary, but it certainly will be something to watch ahead for in the general.
And then finally, Robin Upsall, how quickly does vote counting usually go in the Hawkeye State? When do you expect to start knowing some of the results here?
We're hoping as soon as they get them in. It usually isn't something that is going to take very long on primary election night. However, we're especially in the gubernatorial primary on the Republican side here. Things might be very close with 5 candidates running in the election. And that might be something where if there are multiple candidates in a race, if no single candidate gets to at least 35%, it will go to the state convention. So there are some races, if things are closer than maybe expected tonight, we may not have an official nominee at the end of the night yet here, even when we know results.
And what's the strategy of a state convention, and how does that change sort of the political calculus for a candidate? As you've watched these over the years, what generally happens in those? Who shows up for a convention?
Yeah, so the convention, that vote will be decided by delegates who are appointed to attend the state convention in a similar way that we see other political conventions happen, right? It's something that I think will not have a huge change in terms of how people are viewing these races, but I think could make a interesting dynamic as we're seeing in the gubernatorial race, where we have a candidate who's been backed by people like President Donald Trump, Randy Feenstra is who I'm talking about, versus some Republicans within the state party are looking for an alternative who they believe could be a stronger chance against Democrat Auditor Rob Sand, who is expected to be the Democratic nominee. And those are things where there might be disagreements at the party that make things closer, or have those discussions that may go differently than how we're expecting here tonight.
The Iowa Capitol Dispatch is easy enough to find online. It's iowacapitoldispatch.com. Robin Upsall is a political reporter there. We'll let you get back to the vote counting watching, and we appreciate your time on C-SPAN.
Great. Thank you for having me.
Back to your phone calls. Jessica Taylor, though, wants to say something first. What's on your mind?
I mean, I think that one of the worst things that could happen to Iowa Republicans is if it does go to a convention, just because Rob Sand, he was unopposed tonight, so he is now the official Democratic nominee. He has raised more money than the entire Republican field combined. This is a race that we rate as toss-up. It's one of Democrats' best pickup opportunities in the entire country for governors. He has won in tough election years in the past. He is very well liked. He's reaching out to independents, Republicans. He sings patriotic songs at his rallies. He talks about reaching out and across the aisle. And one of the reasons why National Democrats are so bullish on Iowa Senate is actually because they see Sanders such a strong gubernatorial candidate. So the longer that National Republicans go without a nominee for governor is just more time that Rob Sand has to amass a lead.
And more money for them to spend on their races before turning to the general election. How long is it until a convention? If a convention were to happen, do we know the date?
It would be
a
couple of weeks, or it's June 13th. So
about
a week and a half.
Okay, so just a little bit more time, but still spending money before they gather around one candidate.
And you have more infighting out there at the convention. Again, they really want to avoid this. I think this, when you saw Donald Trump on Friday announce that he was backing Feenstra, this felt like their sort of break glass option
to clear the field
in order to get someone above that 35%.
Back to your phone calls. Again, it is just after 9 p.m. We're with you for quite a while longer tonight, and we want to take your phone calls and hear from you on phone lines for Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. And if you're in one of those 6 states that voted today, 16% of the country is 202-748-8923 if you voted today. And we'll go to that line as often as possible. In South Dakota, one of the states that voted today, it is Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Sydney's waiting, Independent. Sydney, go ahead. Good evening.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. I basically wanted to just mention, I heard the guy from California talk about how people hated Trump and stuff like that. And just wanted to let him know that I grew up, I'm not much younger than Trump is. And I grew up with his actions and stuff. What I despise in this administration or any of his administrations are the Heritage Foundation. Trump isn't running the country, they are. And as a woman with my rights pretty much being taken away and, the discrimination and stuff that, that they show, that they're using Trump as a puppet. And his belligerency and stuff like that, I've grown up with, and just wanted to let him know that it isn't hatred; it's despising the attitude of
Cindy,
people.
Got your point. Can I ask you, were you able to vote today? Do independents vote in South Dakota primaries? Is it one of those open party states?
Unfortunately, in South Dakota, it doesn't look like things will change, me being an independent, and I'm pretty much housebound. I do plan to hopefully get out at the general election. I don't see a whole lot changing. We haven't had a good Democrat government since, and I lived here when Daschle was here. And so since that time, I don't see it changing much.
That's Cindy in the Mount Rushmore state. Jessica Taylor, have we covered the governor and Senate races in South Dakota yet? I'm not sure we've touched on those. Do you want to sort of give us the preview?
We did. We talked a little bit about the race for governor with Larry Roden being he ascended to the job with after Kristi Noem left to run the Department of HHS. You have Toby Doden, a wealthy businessman who spent about $4 million of his own money on ads there, which goes a long way in South Dakota. And then Dusty Johnson, the at-large congressman. It's very, very early in South Dakota. We have, again, you can see 2% of the votes in there. Johnson is in the lead, though, with Roden in third. I think that, it seemed like it was between Johnson and Doden here. And so the early vote, which I'm assuming this is, again, lots of things can change. This is just 2% of the vote in,
so I
don't want to extrapolate anything from it. We have about 3,000 total votes. But, Roden in polling, he was finishing pretty consistently third. So, again, the magic number is 35% to avoid a runoff.
And then do the race to replace Mike Rounds and how that came about when it comes to the Republican primary and who Democrats are trying to have to challenge him.
Rounds is running for re-election. So he, despite criticizing Trump actually, and Trump saying at one point that he would never endorse Rounds again, Trump did endorse him, and Rounds is running away. Rounds does have a primary challenger, but he's running away with it with 76% of the vote. The Democrat is a former South Dakota state trooper, Julian Bodion. I don't want to mispronounce that name, but I think that Rounds this is a solid Republican race for Rounds to win another term.
And maybe I should jump over to Big Sky Country in Montana, and that's the race to replace Steve Daines in that, and how that Republican primary came about.
Yeah,
that one was a little bit interesting.
This one is interesting. You had Daines decide at the very last minute that he was not going to run for another term, which was a real shock. I mean, Daines had just had a very successful term leading the National Republican Senatorial Committee, leading them back into the majority. And at the 11th hour, he withdrew, and the former U.S. Attorney Kurt Almy filed. There are two other Republicans on the ballot, but neither of them are serious candidates, really. And so Almy should win that Republican primary easily. He had Trump's endorsement. He had Daines's endorsement. But you have an independent running there, Seth Bodnar, who is the former president of the University of Montana. And so Democrats are trying to pull a little bit of a sneak attack here in the same way that they tried last time and are trying again in Nebraska. But the problem is that Democrats, the leading Democratic candidates, have said that they will not withdraw and will not give Bodnar a clear shot. We were talking earlier about some of the sort of shady super PACs. You have a potential, what looks like a Republican super PAC that is trying to back the more progressive candidate. Alani Bankhead Democrats backing allies of former Senator John Tester that are working for Bodnar, hoping that she might withdraw. Riley Neal, Republicans she's been seen as the leading candidate, a state legislator. She has said that she will not withdraw. So, I have a hard time seeing how this race really becomes competitive, I guess, unless they are able to get the Democrat off of the ballot. So I am watching the Democratic primary to see who comes out of here. And so, yeah, there have been some shenanigans. I know Jacob's written about those extensively as well, and has done some really great reporting on that. But, again, it's certainly an interesting race there when you had at the last minute that Daines decided not to run.
Do you want to talk about the shenanigans?
This is the most bizarre primary on the map, certainly tonight, and arguably of the cycle. You've got two Democrats running for the Senate nomination in Montana, former state representative Riley Neal and veteran Alani Bankhead. Combined, the two of them have spent about $230,000 on their campaigns. And then you've got two super PACs that have spent a total of $4 million, $2 million backing Bankhead and $2 million backing Neal. Neither of those super PACs actually want their chosen candidate to be the next senator. They just want them to win the primary. So the Republicans, a super PAC called More Jobs, Less Government, which spent a lot of money for Tim Sheehy in the 2024 Senate race, they came in and dropped $2 million, telling Democratic voters in Montana just how liberal Riley Neal was. They sent out mailers, they ran ads, they said, attention, Riley Neal hates Trump. Riley Neal wants to defund ICE. Riley Neal is too liberal, of course, trying to raise her standing with Montana Democrats. This other super PAC called the Progressive Vet PAC shows up. It's one of these groups that we don't know where very much of the money comes from. And they have started spending money for Alani Bankhead. They've spent $2 million. Alani Bankhead has raised $23,000 over the course of her campaign. And all of a sudden, there are some very generous donors who want to put 7 figures behind her candidacy. And then the Republican super PAC that was backing Riley Neal turned around and started running ads saying, beware, Alani Bankhead is too conservative. She loves Trump. Again, trying to decrease her standing. So you've got this incredibly weird ad war going on between these two super PACs that are trying to engineer their preferred outcomes in the Democratic primary, either to get Kurt Alme into a three-way race or to get Seth Bodnar into a two-way race in the general election.
That's what's happening in Big Sky Country. Let me head back to South Dakota to the Mike Rounds race, who is running for re-election, of course. And it looks like he's well on his way to his third term, winning, according to the Associated Press, calling that race just 4% of the votes in, but he's winning handily against his Republican challenger. And as we said, well on his way. Taking your phone calls, back to the phone lines. This is Jay in California. It's Fair Oaks, just outside of Sacramento. Jay, what race are you watching in the Golden State tonight?
The governor's race. I'm praying Chad Bianco wins.
Why Chad Bianco?
Well, I can't trust anybody else. And the Hilton, I think, is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I just pray that people do right in the eyes of the Lord.
That's Jay in Fair Oaks, California. One of those folks who, did you vote today? Did you get out to the polls, Jay?
Yes, sir.
How crowded was it out there?
Not really. I live in the rural part, so there's not a lot of people out here anyway.
Polls still out open in California for another hour and 40 minutes or so. You're seeing a live shot from LA as they are starting to process the ballots. Let's head to Iowa, though. Sanford is in Urbandale, Iowa. Sanford, did you vote today in the Hawkeye State?
Yeah, I did vote today.
Who'd you vote for?
I'm really paying attention to this U.S. Senate primary between Turek and Walz. I did vote for Turek, just hoping to get some new blood in there.
And why did you vote for Turek? What do you like about Josh Turek?
I like the fact that he doesn't let anything stop him. The idea of someone continue to compete and to be at the Olympic level, even in the Paralympics, is just admirable. And again, the largest reason was just that he was new. I just feel like there needs to be new people in government now.
Jacob Rubashkin.
Josh Turek just got some good news out of Polk County, which is home to Des Moines, and about a fifth of all Democratic primary voters in the state of Iowa. Iowa has 99 counties, but not a lot of Democrats live in a lot of those counties. A lot of Democrats live in Polk County. It looks like we've got most of the vote, if not all the vote, counted in Polk County, about 39,000 votes in total. And Josh Turek is ahead of Zach Walz by 27 points. That's a big margin for Josh Turek. Now, look, Zach Walz is from the eastern part of the state. We have nothing out of Lynn County, which is Cedar Rapids. We have nothing out of Johnson County, which is Iowa City. That is Zach Walz's home base. But if you want to win a Democratic primary in Iowa, you got to do better in Polk County than what Zach Walz just put up. If I'm him, I'm looking at a long night at this point with that margin in Des Moines.
That's the latest in Iowa. Let's go back to California. Tim is in Woodland Hills in the LA area, I believe. Tim, go ahead.
Hello. I'm a native Angelino, and I voted today or a week ago for hopefully Steve Hilton and Pratt. And don't underestimate the Trump effect. There's a lot of Republicans and conservatives in California that he got most of the votes any other president in 2024 Republican votes in California.
Tim, let me ask you about that.
I challenge any
ask you,
Democrat. They've owned it with the supermajority for 20, 30 years out here. They owned its destruction of the Golden State.
Tim, let me ask you about that LA mayor's race. Spencer Pratt, former reality TV star, Karen Bass, of course, is running out there. A few other folks in the race. What do you like about Spencer Pratt?
Well, as he's saying, it's common sense, which is hitting a chord about everybody going around. We see with our own eyes the homeless, problem that's exploded. Karen Bass is, an ex-communist sympathizer. Rama is a socialist, progressive. I think he has a chance we're just tired of this constant, we're doing the best we can. It's all a grift and corruption in this state. We've, as they've said, there could be so much money saved with the whole grift and corruption that's going on in the Medi-Cal program, the autism, the hospice. I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of corruption that's been going on in this state, along with a lot of the other blue states like Minnesota and New Jersey and New York.
That's Tim.
So I think we have a chance. We have to see. I hope people get out and vote.
That's Tim in Woodland Hills, California. Jessica Taylor, I know you've got to head out to do some work with your other job here pretty soon. But let me ask you before you go, how much attention are you paying to the LA mayor's race? Karen Bass running for re-election, Spencer Pratt, reality star, running there. Something that's on your radar?
I mean, Pratt has used these AI ads that I think are getting a lot of attention. I think that we should all be concerned about the future of AI and things, especially when it comes to campaigns and campaign ads, when you can basically create anything that you want. So I guess I am paying attention to it in that regard. If he gets into a runoff, certainly that would be noteworthy. I mean, he has spoken out a lot about homelessness and he lost his home in the fires there as well. But I have a hard time seeing in a general election that he would win against a Democrat in Los Angeles. But yes, I will be back later in the evening.
Jessica Taylor is the Senate and Governor's editor with the Cook Political Report, and we'll let you get to your other duties as assigned tonight. Your main duties, of course, with Cook Political. Thanks so much. We'll see you in about 45 minutes, an hour or so. As we're doing that, we want to take you to more campaign ads that viewers are seeing. This one in the Hawkeye state. Let me show you a few from the Senate campaign in Iowa, and we'll be right back.
I'm Ashley Hinson, and here's what I believe. Our veterans deserve a hell of a lot better. Healthcare companies are ripping you off. I'm Ashley Hinson, and here's what I believe. Our veterans deserve a hell of a lot better. Healthcare companies are ripping you off, and members of Congress should not trade stocks. That's why I worked with both parties to expand mental health care for veterans. I'm working with President Trump to take on insurance companies, and I'm fighting to ban stock trading in Congress. I'm Ashley Hinson, and I approve this message because I'll work with anyone to get results for Iowa.
Ashley Hinson, 70% of her campaign money is from out of state. She sent $127 billion to Ukraine as our border is overrun. And the biggest backer of the CO2 pipeline gave her more than $55,800. Jim Carlin exposed and corrected mismanagement of the Veterans Trust Fund, helped to force passage of the Iowa Heartbeat Bill to fight for the unborn, and fights for Iowa farmers' property rights. Ashley Hinson works for the DC machine. Jim Carlin works for Iowa.
I'm Jim Carlin, and I approve this message.
When Republican politicians targeted families like mine, I found the courage to fight for my family. My name is Zach Walls, and as a state senator, I fought for your family, taking on big pharma, greedy corporations, and corrupt politicians like Ashley Hinson and Donald Trump. Now, the billionaires and insiders, they don't want me in Washington because they know I don't work for them. I'm Zach Walls, and I approve this message because I work for you.
Working families are losing their health care because of Trump's Medicaid cuts, and our farmers are hurting from his tariffs. Iowans feel like they're pushing uphill, and I know exactly what that feels like. Because it's working class families like mine, paying the price for Trump's war and Washington's corruption. I'm Josh Turek. I oppose their Medicaid cuts, abortion bans, and attacks on our rights, and I always will. I approve this message. In the Senate, I'll take on Trump, and no one will push harder for change.
And those were some of the ads from the Hawkeye state of Iowa, their Senate race there, and some news in this hour, just about 9:30 on the East Coast. We have an Associated Press call for the Iowa Republican Senate primary. Ashley Hinson will be the nominee for that seat. No surprise there, Jacob Rubashkin.
No surprise there. Ashley Hinson cleared the field very, very quickly after Senator Joni Ernst said that she wouldn't run for re-election. She quickly locked down support from Majority Leader John Thune, NRSC Chairman Tim Scott, and of course, most importantly, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. all of them came out very quickly in support of Hinson. She did have this challenger from Jim Carlin. Carlin also challenged Chuck Grassley in the 2022 Republican primary, won about 25% of the vote against Grassley. Here he is winning 24% of the vote against Hinson. Obviously, the guy likes to run for Senate, but not somebody who has any sort of statewide big pull. The folks at the AP confident enough to call this race for Hinson with just over 10% of the vote in. So they must be seeing some information that makes clear that there's no way she can lose this race at this point. But she's been the de facto nominee here for Republicans for many months now.
And the Ashley Hinson Watch Party is in Cedar Rapids in Iowa. A live shot there from the Watch Party. It looks like they are watching Fox News on the big screens. But Ashley Hinson expected to come out and make a victory speech. We'll, of course, take you to that when she does. Meanwhile, we can show you some of the numbers from the Democratic primary. It's Josh Turek and Zach Walz, the two candidates running in the Democratic primary, and the numbers there. Josh Turek ahead just about 64, almost 65% to 35% over Zach Walz. Do we know anything about where the numbers are coming in from? You were just talking about this a little bit on the Democratic Senate primary.
Yeah, so we've got about 50,000 votes in overall, 42,000 of them coming from Polk County, coming from the home of Des Moines. And again, Josh Turek up by about 27 points there. We think that Polk County is mostly done counting. A few more votes have trickled in since we last touched on it, but I think they are fairly close to being done. And again, that is a big, big margin for Josh Turek. It's going to make it very hard for Zach Walz to dig out of this hole. What we are waiting on right now, though, is more votes to come out of the eastern part of the state. Remember, Zach Walz is from Iowa City. That is his home base. That's in the eastern part of the state. We're looking at no votes reported out of Johnson County. We're looking at no votes reported out of Lynn County. That's just north in Cedar Rapids. I would anticipate that the folks who make these calls are waiting to see what those returns look like. But again, if you're Josh Turek, you have to be feeling pretty happy. And remember, Josh Turek got $10 million of outside support in this race from Vote Vets, the super PAC. Zach Walz was just financially outgunned for the last 2 months here. So it would be surprising if he were able to turn things around here. And Josh Turek looks well on his way to being the nominee.
Let's head to the center of Iowa, just north of Des Moines. DJ is waiting in Ankeny, Iowa. Did I pronounce that correct? Is it Ankeny?
It's Ankeny, but yeah.
Ankeny.
Hello, good evening.
Apologize. Go ahead to the good people of Ankeny.
Hello. My vote is going to be for Zach. The reason why I like him so much is partially because, I enjoy the fact that he talks a lot about eminent domain, trying to get rid of it, which I think is a big issue in the state of Iowa myself. As somebody who has grown up in the state of Iowa, that's a big issue because of, businesses and corporations taking over Iowa. And as somebody who's also trying to get into becoming a homeowner, it's really difficult with the property taxes. So I'm hoping that he can lower and or put a cap on the property taxes that we have in the state of Iowa. As many other states has as well. But I really enjoy him, and I really enjoy how he talks, and he's actually paying attention to his voters instead of opposite or other people that are running for the governorship.
That's DJ out in Iowa. We'll continue to watch for Ashley Hinson's victory speech in the Republican primary, and we'll bring you to that when that happens. Again, that's from Cedar Rapids. As we stay here with Jacob Rubashkin of Inside Elections, some breaking news from just around Capitol Hill over at the Supreme Court. This is the NBC News story. The Supreme Court allows Alabama to use congressional map that eliminates a majority black district. How much of a surprise is this decision by the Supreme Court?
You never want to get in the business of predicting what the Supreme Court will or won't do, because it's a business that's driven a lot of people to bankruptcy. However, the writing was on the wall here when the Supreme Court expedited an appeal from Alabama to vacate an injunction that was preventing them from using this map in the first place. If they didn't want Alabama to be able to use this map, they wouldn't have done that. A lower court did rule against the current map, said it was unconstitutional, as it said about the same map 2 years ago. But the Supreme Court clearly at this point not interested in letting any of the maps that it actually caused to be created 2 years ago in the 2024 cycle be put in place for the 2026 race. What does this mean? It means the Democrat Shamari Figures, who currently represents the 2nd District in his first term, is in a lot of trouble this fall. What I will say, though, this isn't the end of the story, because the Supreme Court has not ruled on the merits on what the lower court said about this current, or the map that Republicans are going to use here. The lower court held a trial, they held hearings, and they said under the 14th Amendment and even under the new interpretation of the Voting Rights Act as established by Calais, they still felt that this map was unconstitutional. Eventually, we'll get a true determination on that. I would imagine this decision, though I haven't read it in the last couple minutes, is more of a temporary measure that applies just to the 2026 race.
News just coming out of the Supreme Court allowing Alabama to use the congressional map that eliminates the majority black district in the state. We're showing you the headline from NBC News there. We can talk about that. We can talk about redistricting. We can talk about any of the races in these 6 states that voted today in this Super June's Day, as it's been referred to. 16% of America eligible to go out and vote in their primaries today. And one of those states, of course, the Golden State of California. Lewis is in Riverside, California. Lewis, go ahead. Thanks for waiting.
Hi, how are you doing today?
Doing well.
That's good to hear. I just want to say this about this. I truly do think that Hilton is going to win this. I don't think he'll win it by much, but I do think he'll at least progress to the general.
Why do you think that? What makes you so confident?
Mainly because of the fact of what we're seeing with the Steyer-Becerra feud, where because of the fact that Steyer and Becerra are having this inept, argumentative feud, it's going to split voters and tell them either one of the two is going to win, and because of that feud, it's going to cause Hilton to get that last-minute lead he needs to progress to the general.
And then, Lewis, before you go, I know you're over east in Riverside, but how much attention are you paying to the LA mayor's race?
I'm actually paying a lot of attention. I personally do think that Spencer Pratt's going to win this. I think that he's going to do this mainly because voters for the last 4 years are tired of Karen Bass. As many people remember, Karen Bass initially had to go to a runoff. She didn't even win her primary in 22. She got first place. She didn't get the 50% she needed. She only got 42 or 43%, I believe. So between her and Caruso, which caused to go to a runoff. I personally do think that Spencer Pratt is going to win the primary. Do I think he's going to win outright? I hope so, but I don't think he will. I think he'll win the primary and he'll go to a runoff between him and Bass.
Jacob Rubashkin, what does the LA mayor's race tell us about politics in 2026?
Let's see what the results are first. I think in Spencer Pratt, you've got somebody who is very much following the mold of Donald Trump circa 2016. I don't want to be specific about that. I think he's not following the Trump 2020 or Trump 2024 or 2026 playbook. But if we go all the way back to 2016, this notion of a straight-talking, a political outsider who everybody knows, thanks to their background in reality TV, who's willing to say uncomfortable truths about the state of either the country or the city and the people that lead it, is an appealing one. I think that's the primary lesson that we've heard here, is that there is an appetite for somebody who is going to stand up and say, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore.
And those ads have made a splash too. I know Jessica Taylor kind of touched on it, but I remember one, he's outside of a trailer parked on the site that was his home, that was burned in one of the LA fires, blaming the state and local officials for ineptitude that led to some of the destruction. I mean, those ads are certainly making an impact across the country.
Yeah, look, there is no doubt that there's a tremendous amount of frustration that Angelenos have about their current situation. I think Pratt maybe did himself a disservice with some of those ads after stories came out that said he actually wasn't living in a trailer. He was staying at the Beverly Hills Hotel, spending quite a bit of money to do so. But I think he's touched on a nerve, clearly. Look, I think it is really tough to be a mayor of a big city in America. We just saw Eric Adams get tossed out of New York City after one term. We see Brandon Johnson in Chicago, also very much struggling. He beat an incumbent mayor, Lori Lightfoot, 4 years ago. This is a tough job. Karen Bass is clearly not a particularly strong incumbent here. We are talking about somebody who could get, in the low 30s as the incumbent mayor of Los Angeles. And if it's her and Nithya Raman in the general election, I think that's a dangerous spot for her to be in. But this is Los Angeles. Los Angeles is not going to elect a Republican. It's not going to happen. If Spencer Pratt is in the general election, it'll probably be closer if he's running against Raman than if he's running against Karen Bass. But if we're in a universe where a Republican is winning Los Angeles, there's a lot that we all think we know about politics that has turned out to be totally incorrect.
Talk about a tough job. Your job ain't easy because we got to bounce around races all across the country. So let me go from the West Coast to the East Coast to the 12th District of New Jersey. The primary there, a call in that race by the Associated Press. Adam Hamaway winning at 27.4%, but it's a pretty chaotic 12-way primary there in the Associated Press, seeing enough to call the race. Your thoughts on that call?
Yeah, so look, I mentioned earlier that Hamaway actually wasn't leading in any of the 4 counties in the district. Now he is ahead narrowly in 2 of those counties, Mercer County and Middlesex County. I think ultimately what's going on here is that none of the other candidates seem to be in a position to overtake him. His closest competitor, Brad Cohen, coming out of East Brunswick, New Jersey, Middlesex County. Adam Hamaway is currently just narrowly outpacing him in Middlesex County with not very many votes left there to count. And then if you look at these other counties, there's nobody who is in a position to pick up a lot more votes, enough votes to overtake him. The third place finisher here, Verlena Reynolds Jackson, who is out of Somerset County, she is at under 10%, right? And so the math just doesn't math for any of these other candidates. This is a big win for progressives. This is a statement win. It comes after progressives had a statement win in New Jersey's 11th district in the special election to replace Mikey Sherrill. Ana Lilia Mejia was another Bernie Sanders-backed candidate who beat a number of more establishment-backed candidates. This is also a really big win for a relatively new super PAC called American Priorities. This is a super PAC that champions candidates that are supportive of pro-Palestinian causes. They have described themselves as being a counterweight to spending from AIPAC and AIPAC's affiliated groups, and they spent $2 million on Adam Hamaway's campaign here. They had been involved in another primary in North Carolina, Valerie Foushee versus Nida Alam. That race was close, but Valerie Foushee, who was the candidate preferred by AIPAC and the United Democracy Project, she ended up winning, so they couldn't get a win on the board there. But this is the coming out party for American Priorities as a super PAC on the Democratic primary stage. I don't think this is the last that we have heard about them in this cycle or in years to come.
And staying on Adam Hamaway in the 12th district for just a second more, this is the race to replace retiring Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman.
Yes.
So does this make Adam Hamaway pretty much on cruise control when it comes to the general election?
Yes, he's going to be the next member of Congress from this race. And the other thing I'll caveat this by saying is that Adam Hamaway has a very compelling background, separate and apart from his progressive politics. I think that was a big part of why he was successful. He was not just a progressive maven who got elevated in this race. He is also an Army veteran and a surgeon. He saved the life of Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth when she went down in Iraq in the crash that cost her legs. He was the field surgeon who saved her life in that incident. And so this is a guy with a biography to back it up. He faced some questions about that biography in the closing days of the race, particularly with some work he had done with an aid group in the Balkans back in the 1990s. Obviously not enough for voters to reject him here. He's going to be one to watch. And, again, a big win for progressives in Democratic primary politics this year.
Let me head from the Garden State to the land of enchantment in New Mexico. A call from the Associated Press there. Deb Haaland winning her primary, running for governor. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham is term limited. The race to replace her, the Associated Press has called it for Deb Haaland. Any surprise?
No real surprise here. I'm interested to see what the final margin is going to be for Deb Haaland. She was always the front runner here. She's a national figure. She had more fundraising capability, and she has long been, known to want this seat. Her big break came when Senator Martin Heinrich decided that he wasn't going to run here. Sam Bregman tried to make this a race. He had some interesting ads. He, obviously coming from a more law enforcement background than Deb Haaland, but she was always the favorite. She is in strong position to win the general election now as well, and she will almost certainly be the first Native American woman to be elected as the governor of a state in American history. So a potential history-making candidate here.
And she's already made history as the first Native American to serve in a presidential cabinet as Interior Secretary.
Correct. That is correct. So she's no stranger to making history here. She often talks about herself as a 11th generation New Mexican, and she is going to continue to blaze some trails here in the fall when she defeats whoever comes out of the Republican primary.
The call is coming fast and furious from the Associated Press. Let me head back to the Hawkeye State. It is the Senate primary, the Democratic primary in Iowa. Josh Turek, the Associated Press says, will be the winner of that primary, 63% with 28% reporting. The Associated Press saying that's enough to call it for Josh Turek.
And they did that without, here we go. We've got a little bit of vote from Johnson County here. Zach Wall's only up by 12%. If we remember, Josh Turek is up by 27% in Des Moines and Polk County. Lynn County and Johnson County, the two counties, the big counties on the eastern side of the state, combined cast about as many votes as Polk County do. So if you think about it that way, Zach Walls would have needed to have won both of those eastern Iowa counties, Lynn and Johnson, by the same margin that Josh Turek was winning Des Moines in order to have a shot here. He's only up in Johnson County by 12 points right now. That's half the margin he would need to make up this gap. And that's before you look around the rest of the map and see a lot of Josh Turek votes in the more rural counties. Now, there aren't a ton of people, Democratic primary voters, who live in those rural counties, but when every single other county on the Iowa map is currently voting for Josh Turek over Zach Walls, clearly enough information to make a call in Josh Turek's favor.
And Josh Turek, as we noted earlier, will face Ashley Hinson in the general election in the Senate, and it's a key Senate race this cycle. If Democrats want to take back the Senate, that will be one to watch. We're waiting for some of these victory speeches. We'll take you to them. If and when they happen, they will happen. These candidates do like to come out and celebrate a victory. In the meantime, more of your phone calls. Let me head back to the Garden State. Akiva in Clifton, New Jersey. Thank you for waiting.
I voted today, John. I voted, Jacob. I voted for the Republican, Rosie Pino. By the way, Trump did two things that were shocking. One, he got 46% of the vote in New Jersey. That never happens. And second, he won my district that I live in, the 9th district. I won't ask you about that rating, although it could surprisingly be competitive in the fall. Anyway, I only have 3 questions.
Just 3. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'll limit it to just 2. We had a moderate Republican run for Senate 2 years ago in my state named Curtis Bashaw. He ran. He won a crowded primary. He won 45% of the vote. It was not expected that he would win, so there was not a lot of media attention surrounding Curtis Bashaw. He lost. He got 44% of the vote. That is better than expected, but he still lost by a sizable margin to Andrew Kim. In any event, first question, why don't moderates win in blue states? And by that, I mean moderate Republicans win in blue states and vice versa. And second question, we have a big Senate race in Michigan. I asked you about that, and you said Mike Rogers running in Michigan is obviously option number one. Do you still believe that is competitive, or do you believe that what your friend Jessica said, actually, that Michigan is out of reach because they last elected Republican Spencer Abraham in 1994? One last thing before I go. Your friend Jessica Taylor said Sherrod Brown is competitive in Ohio. Listen, Trump won the state with 55% of the vote. He won it by a big margin, 55-44 for Harris. So case closed. Brown will lose in November in Ohio.
Akiva, thanks for that. I've got Michigan Senate, I've got moderates in blue states, and I've got New Jersey's 9th District. What do you want to talk about?
Let's go Michigan first because it's the easiest question to answer here. Michigan, still competitive. Streaks like that are made to be broken. States elect members of one party until they decide they want to elect a member of another party. I don't put too much stock in the fact that Michigan Republicans haven't won a race in a very long time because all the information that we have about this current race says it's highly competitive. You've got Mike Rogers as the presumptive Republican nominee. He very nearly won the state 2 years ago. Democrats are sorting through a increasingly messy primary. Haley Stevens, Mallory McMorrow, Abdul El Sayed. That race will not conclude until early August. Another 2 months of infighting among the Democrats. Look, you'd rather have the political environment right now if you're a Democrat, but the candidate field is still very much unsettled. That race is going to be very, very expensive, certainly one to keep an eye on. To your question about moderates, I think the New Jersey race in 2024, as you said, Curtis Bashaw really got very limited support. It was not a race that national Republicans prioritized. It was not a race that he had, for instance, himself, highly significant resources to put in on behalf of his own campaign. And ultimately, while partisanship and ideological differences can help make a candidate more competitive sometimes, if you're not able to run a fully fledged campaign, especially in a state like New Jersey that's expensive to advertise in, you're sandwiched there between two of the most expensive media markets in the country. You've got New York to the north, you've got Philly to the south. Then you're kind of out of luck. I would point you to a race just a little bit down the Atlantic shoreline in Maryland, where former Governor Larry Hogan, the poster boy of moderate Republicans, he ran for Senate against Angela Alsobrooks. Like Curtis Bashaw, he only lost by about 10%, but that was significantly better than what Donald Trump was doing in the presidential election. Hogan outperforming the top of the ticket. The reason, well, number one, he's a former governor, and so he was better known around the state than Curtis Bashaw ever was, and known for being a moderate and a fairly anti-Trump Republican as far as those things go. And number two, he had the financial resources to run a fully fledged campaign. So you need more than just the ideology in order to make a stand. But you're correct. In a presidential year, it is harder and harder to break against the partisanship of any state. We have just seen this happen less and less, cycle over cycle, where the Senate candidates can significantly outperform the top of the ticket in presidential years. Now, if you can tell that I'm segueing here to Ohio, you are right, because we are not in a presidential year right now. So while it is true that Donald Trump won Ohio handily in 2024, I will tell you he also won Ohio handily in 2016, and that did not prevent Sherrod Brown from winning that race for re-election in 2018. Now, he was an incumbent. He faced a not great challenger in Jim Renacci. All of that is very true, and that's why that race favored Sherrod Brown, and this race still probably favors John Husted. But Husted is an appointed senator. He has run statewide before, but not on his own since 2014. So it's been 12 years since he was not the lieutenant governor candidate as he was in 2018 and 2022. He does have some vulnerabilities. Sherrod Brown is a prolific fundraiser on the Democratic side, and the political environment is shaping up to be significantly better than it was for Democrats in 2024 when Brown lost by just 3.5 or 4 points to Bernie Moreno.
Impressive, but you didn't do New Jersey 9.
Oh, I didn't. I think he said he didn't want to talk about New Jersey 9, but I'll talk about it because I'm happy to. We covered this a little earlier. This is the North Jersey kind of Passaic County district that surprisingly went for Donald Trump in 2024 off the strength of Hispanic voter swings from the Democrats to the Republicans. At the moment, though, it looks like Rosie Pino, who's not the choice of national Republicans, is ahead.
At the moment, I think we have Ashley Hinson coming out in Iowa, and I think she's about to make a statement. So let me go there, and we'll come back to New Jersey 9.
Thank you. Yeah, courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Good evening, and thank you so much. It's so great to be here with so many fine patriots from the great state of Iowa. You know, when we launched this campaign, we did it in the only way that we know how. Full speed, no hesitation, no holding back. But it has been such an honor to visit with supporters of all 99 counties in this state. And I can tell you, guess what? I have been to all of them. I am just so proud of the people who powered this campaign and helped to deliver a resounding victory here tonight. I'm going to be your next U.S. Senator. So from getting out there and making those calls, knocking a lot of doors, spreading the good word, fighting that good fight, our campaign for Iowans is made up of Iowans. And that is exactly what gives us the strength and the armor to step into this general election and make sure we fight it with everything we need to win. Are you with us to get that done? So I want to say thank you again for how hard you've all fought. We are counting on you to stay the course because we are just getting started. And I want to say tonight to Jim, thank you for putting your name on the ballot. To Jim's supporters, I look forward to earning your vote and making sure we win this election in November. So Iowa has been blessed with some of the strongest leaders in our country, and to have earned their support through this campaign has been an honor, and really it's some extra fuel for the fire. So first I want to start with Governor Reynolds. Governor, you have my word. I will never stop fighting to make Washington, D.C. run more like the great state of Iowa. I think we can all look at what's happening in Washington and know that they would be well served to take some leadership notes from our great governor, right? So thank you so much, Kim, for your legacy of service to our great state. Senator Grassley, it has been a privilege to call you my friend, and I look forward to serving alongside you in the United States Senate. And finally, to my fabulous friend, Senator Ernst. She is leaving behind some pretty big combat boots to fill, but like I've told her and Iowans across the state, she has spent the last 12 years sending Washington's fattest hogs running for the hills. And when I pick up this baton in November, you all have my word, the squealing's not going to stop, it's only going to get louder. There is simply no better way to honor someone who's given so much to our state and to our country as Joni has. So I just want to say thank you, Joni. You have some big combat boots to fill, and we will get that job done. So thank you so much, Joni Ernst. And then the last name I want to mention tonight, pretty familiar name to all of us, I want to say thank you, President Donald J. Trump. Hear that, Mr. President? I was cheering pretty loud for you. And we know that no one has fought harder and persevered through more, sacrificed more, just to do the right thing for our country than our president has. Right? Yep. Earning his support and endorsement in this race is not something that I take lightly. It is an honor and a responsibility that I will carry with me these next 5 months into November. So thank you, President Trump, for your service to our country.
And of course to my family, my boys, Max and Jax, and my wonderful husband, Matt. I could not do this without all of them. They are the reason that I stepped into the arena, so thank you to my boys for being here tonight and having my back. Thank you, guys. Love you all. So Matt does a lot while I'm gone, by the way, if you can imagine. So I always joke that serving in Congress, the best thing you can do is have teenage boys, because you're negotiating with unreasonable people and the hygiene's bad. So thank you, guys. I know you make jokes. You did shower today. It's fine, right? Yeah. They don't think that's as funny as I do, by the way. But I do think that my kids, like all of yours, should have the opportunity to grow up with that American dream right in reach, right? And we know that after years of reporting on the issues on the news and then telling the stories of our great state, that it was time to step up and do something about it instead of just talking about it. I wanted to really help Iowa families, and so that is why I am here tonight. That's why we're all here tonight, right? We want to make sure everybody has that opportunity to live the American dream, the Iowa dream. And we know just 2 years ago, our nation was on the brink, right? We all saw what was happening. The leftist policies and an auto-pen presidency were crippling our country. They left families falling behind. Our borders stayed wide open, and dangerous criminals were roaming free in our country. Our schools were misguided, and that left our kids unprepared. We saw our nation growing weaker and our adversaries growing emboldened. But Americans spoke loudly and clearly and sent President Trump back to the White House and Republican majorities back to Congress to clean up that mess and get our country back on the right track. And we are doing that every single day. So we got to work. We started delivering that meaningful relief. We cut taxes on tips. We cut taxes on overtime. We cut taxes on Social Security for our seniors. We delivered relief for small businesses and family farms. We secured those borders. We took on the gangs and the cartels. We shut down drug and sex trafficking, and we sent criminal, illegal aliens back to where they came from. And we sent a message to the world that America's back. That's right. And I think the results speak for themselves. The nationwide murder rate right now is at a 125-year low. There has been a full year of zero illegals released at our southern border. And we are finally putting an end to the waste, fraud, and abuse of your tax dollars. Are you happy about all that progress? That's results. And I think that is all absolutely good news. But let me talk about something that keeps me up at night. And I know this is what keeps you up at night, too. Because despite all of that progress, we know we have a long way to go, right? We have more to do. We have more to do to lower the cost of groceries and gas. We have more to do to help young Iowa families afford their first home and make sure that child care isn't more expensive than the mortgage payment. We have more to do to help support the farmers who do so much to feed and fuel our world and do so much for us. We have more to do to ensure our veterans, like the one you heard from tonight, have the support that they need. And we have more to do to make sure that we lower the cost of prescription drugs and protect Social Security for our seniors. Those are all your priorities. I know that Iowa needs a fighter to get these things done, and I will tell you this, I will never back down from a fight. My boys know that too. Somewhere else in Iowa tonight, a liberal Democrat was chosen to run against us, to oppose us, to stop us. Well, I will say this. While he's been masquerading as a good old Iowa moderate, he is nothing of the sort. In fact, he supports and will fight for the same radical and destructive policy agenda that pushed America to her breaking point and left you all to foot the bill. Do you want that as your next United States Senator? No, we don't. He would mean more taxes, fewer jobs, higher prices, less certainty. He puts illegals before Americans, before Iowans, criminals before victims. and he would be a rubber stamp for the same radical policies that tear at the fabric of our country and have hollowed out once great American cities. Well, I say, not in Iowa. No way. Are you with me? That's just not who we are. Iowans expect and frankly deserve to have your voices heard in Washington. And look, I have visited the biggest cities across this state, and I have visited the smallest city in Iowa with 11 residents. I have visited with people from all walks of life. Whether we agree on politics or not, we've had some great conversations, but I haven't met one yet who believes in the agenda that my opponent embraces. So I'm not really sure what common ground that Josh Turek thinks he's going to find in Washington, D.C., but I would say this: if he wants to be in the U.S. Senate that badly, he ought to pack up and move to New York City with his friends Chuck Schumer and AOC, because Turek does not share our values, he embraces their values. But as I look across this room tonight and see this beautiful flag, Old Glory waving, I know this: we will not have to worry about him representing Iowa, because we will defeat him in November and carry on delivering for this great state. Now, I'm going to level with you here, because I think you know at this point, I tell it to you like it is, right? We know that the fight ahead of us is not going to be an easy one. We know the political left is as desperate as they have ever been. Their existence right now in American politics and governance is crumbling, but that will only push them harder to attack us with everything they've got. So we know they will raise unbelievable sums of money, and then they're going to use it to continue to distort reality on our airwaves, in our mailboxes, on our phones, and at our doors. The machine will crank up, the attacks will come like never before. And they'll say anything. They'll say anything about me, about my record, about President Trump, and they'll even say anything about all of you in this room. So what I would say is, challenge, accept it. Let that spur you to work even harder. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when we win, results will follow. You've seen this story before, and I have delivered for you. We are going to make cutting taxes a priority and make life in America affordable again, to make it easier to buy the things that your family needs and afford a house, arrange childcare that doesn't cost you another full-time job. I've written the checks for childcare. I see some young parents in this audience tonight. I know how much that costs the family that's trying to get by. We are going to protect Social Security and Medicare for our seniors, because when we make promises in this country, it is our duty to keep them. And we are finally going to take on big health insurance and big pharma and cut the ridiculous cost of prescription medications, because no one, no family should ever have to treat a medical decision like a financial one. We are going to keep scrapping the waste, fraud, and abuse that you are paying for and restore some honest stewardship in government spending. Accountability is here, and if you've got to tighten up your family budgets, I think Washington, D.C. should do the same.
Ashley Hinson giving her victory address from her Cedar Rapids headquarters. Ashley Hinson will be the Republican nominee for the Senate seat, the seat that's being vacated by retiring Senator Joni Ernst. She'll be taking on Josh Turek in the fall. And we are rejoined by Jessica Taylor of the Cook Political Report with that news. What is your thoughts about how competitive this race is going to be in the fall?
Well, upon Josh Turek's nomination, we've actually shifted our rating from likely Republican to leans Republican. So we see this as a more competitive race. I mean, in fact, even I think this is becoming potentially a better opportunity. It might even it's cheaper than Texas, first of all. And then you have Graham Plattner in Maine that, again, Maine should be #1 on Democrats' target list. But as more and more damaging information comes out from him, you might see national Democrats put money into cheaper states that have better nominees like Josh Turek, who has a compelling personal story. We were talking earlier about just some of the things. Iowa has been hit hard by farmers, by high diesel prices, by high fertilizer prices. Ashley Hinson, Politico, had a story today where she was at a private event even saying that, if we don't get, basically, I'm paraphrasing here, but if we don't get this war, if the Iran war isn't resolved soon, that's a problem.
And that Politico story, Trump ally admits political risk of Iran war at a campaign event. That was the headline of the story. And we heard her there speaking almost direct to camera to President Trump, saying, "Did you hear that, Mr. President? I'm cheering for you. Thank you, Mr. President," perhaps as a result of how much pickup this story has gotten.
Yeah, I think that, listen, Republicans this cycle, they're sort of damned if they do, damned if they don't, because you need Donald Trump's support and you need his supporters to come out. However, we have seen that in the same way that President Obama's supporters did not come out when he was not on the ballot, Trump's supporters do not come out when he is on the ballot. You need them in order to get a more favorable midterm environment, as opposed to Democratic voters that we see are more energized and are more likely to turn out.
Let me stay in the Hawkeye state for a second more. Jacob Rubashkin, the latest from the governor's primary on the Republican side. Randy Feenstra, who was endorsed by President, currently in second place there behind Zach Land. Who's Zach Land?
So Zach Lane is a Republican businessman and former political operative who actually hasn't spent very much time in Iowa over the last couple of decades. He was born in Iowa, but he has lived all over the Midwest and Great Plains. He was a Republican political operative in the state of Montana, working for Americans for Prosperity. He's owned some businesses down in Kansas, in Wichita, but he was raised in Western Iowa, and he relatively recently, bought a farm from some relatives that he has been operating. But the most important thing to know about Zach Lane is that he has given his campaign, I believe, over $2 million, which has allowed him to extend a financial advantage over Randy Feenstra. Zach Lane has run as the more conservative candidate. Now, Randy Feenstra is very much a conservative, but Zach Lane has tried to get to his right on TV. Currently, we can see he's very narrowly leading Feenstra at the moment. Both candidates above that magic 35% threshold. So if this were to be the final result, and I don't know what the final result will be, but if this were the result, Lane would win outright. What it would take to go to a convention at this point is one of the other candidates in the race, Adam Steen, Brad Sherman, Eddie Andrews, to pick up a little bit more of the vote. They don't have to pick up very much, just 3% essentially, to send this thing to a convention if it's evenly distributed between Lane and Feenstra.
And there's just 42% in that race right now.
Correct. Yeah, we've still got more than half of the vote left to count there. But it could be a surprise brewing and an upset. One of the few candidates endorsed by Donald Trump not to win his Republican primary.
We'll continue watching there. Speaking of farming in Iowa, I did want to point out a bit of historic political memorabilia, the pin that you're wearing on your jacket tonight. Can you just explain what it is for viewers who can't read it up close?
So it says Roosevelt Agriculture Committee. This is a 1936 campaign pin from the FDR re-election campaign. I'm wearing it in honor, of course, of Iowa tonight. The state is the country's largest producer of corn. So there we go, an ear of corn for the state of Iowa and its many primaries.
Be honest, how many historic political pins do you have?
I always am looking for more. So I'll put in a plug here to the viewers. If you've got something interesting that you're willing to part with, send me a reasonable offer and I will take you up on it. It is my goal here across these primary nights to have a pin for every one of these that we do. So all of you appreciated the pickle pin. Jake Pickle, the congressman from Texas, from Austin, that handed out pickles as campaign swag while he was in the House of Representatives. Now we've got the corn. I've got some good ones coming up. You'll have to tune into C-SPAN in future primary nights.
We are doing our part to get your pin collection up. and taking your phone calls throughout the night. Phone lines for Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and if you voted in one of these 6 primary states, a special line for you, 202-748-8923 if you voted today. Illinois, not a state that held a primary today, but Luis has been waiting there for a little while, Republican in Elmhurst. Luis, thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Hello, John. Thank you. Thank you for taking my call. Well, I want to say first, God bless America. I'm a very proud citizen. And second is, I think the Republicans are going to do very, very well in California. And my personal opinion and my common sense is that if you can sometimes pay attention to the Hispanic news at night, Univision, on 1 hour, 60% of the time, they talk nothing about immigration. That's all they talk. Immigration, immigration, immigration. They think with Hispanics, the only thing we care is about immigration. They don't think that we care about the economy of the country or the health care, all the important subjects of this country. Yes, please watch the Univision. 60% of the news is nothing but immigration. And the people who can vote, the Spanish that they can vote like me, we like order. They are very confused about, they think we're the Hispanics, we think the same. Where I work, there is hundreds of people, and I take my own survey talking to people all the time. And I don't know where, every time I see different channels like CNN, other ones, they always got polls like they put the Republicans real down. I don't know if I can believe those surveys, because when I talk to people in my job, I work for a very major airline in Chicago Airport, and when I talk to people, most of the people like order. They like to live with order. There is a lot of looting.
I appreciate your view on tonight and your interest in California. Jacob Rubashkin, on the Hispanic vote in California, that's the one he mentioned. What are you watching for?
Look, I think this is a story that we're watching all across the country, is how Hispanic voters are approaching politics in 2026. By and large, Hispanic voters were a relatively Democratic-leaning constituency for much of the 2000s and 2010s. Hillary Clinton put up the most significant margins among Hispanic voters all across the country in that 2016 presidential race. But what we've seen since then is a real shift. Starting in 2020 and moving toward 2024, Republicans, primarily Trump, but not just Trump, have been able to do significantly better with Hispanic voters than they had in previous years. And that allowed Republicans to flip seats in places that they weren't previously competitive, places like South Texas. They flipped back seats in South Florida. We talked about New Jersey 9 a little while ago, a heavily Hispanic seat. And in California, right? California is 40% Hispanic. And when you look at how Joe Biden did in California, he won by about 30 points. And then you look at how Kamala Harris did in California, she won by about 20 points. There's a 10-point delta there, and a lot of that can be explained by shifts in Hispanic voters. You look at the Central Valley in particular, a number of highly competitive House races that we're tracking. We talked about David Valadao. We can talk about Adam Gray. Races like that were far more competitive for Republicans when they had significant Hispanic support. If Hispanic voters revert back to how they voted in 2018, 2016, that'll be very good news for Democrats. If it looks more like 22 or 24, complicates Democrats' path back to the majority.
Polls in California close in 40 minutes, and we're going to start getting results then. Just about 20 minutes ago, polls in Montana closed. And for more from the ground in Big Sky Country, it's Tom Ludy of the Montana Free Press, political reporter there, joining us. Tom Ludy, what's the early results you're seeing? Anything significant in kind of the first dump of ballots that come in after polls close?
Well, it's so far there's one precinct out of 728 in, so it's
so we have some time to go.
Yeah, it's quite some time to go. Although, in Montana, they do allow to, get those mail ballots prepared early. So I think we should probably see a pretty good drop within the hour.
Well, what are you watching for tonight? What are you expecting out of Big Sky Country for folks who don't usually follow Montana politics?
Well, there's some really interesting things. I mean, we had kind of the surprise of the spring was Steve Daines announcing, literally minutes before the filing deadline ended that he wouldn't be running, and he then turned around and threw his weight behind Kurt Alme, a U.S. attorney in the state of Montana, twice appointed by Donald Trump. And so Alme's kind of been on autopilot, though. He has two challengers, but neither one of them, is even at reportable limits of finances. So he's kind of on cruise control. What's interesting is the Democratic race, where the entire field has raised less than about $360,000, and it looked like a race that was going to be sort of sleepwalking to the finish line. I mean, the candidates simply, just did not have the resources to get out there and really, define themselves through advertising or even outreach through phone banking and this kind of thing. What's happened in May was that they've now had two PACs come into the race, one of which was the largest, supporter of Tim Sheehy in the 24 U.S. Senate race. And, they are both, characterizing, Senate candidate, Democratic candidate Riley Neal as, super liberal, which is an interesting message in a Democratic primary. You can imagine how that sells, while also characterizing Alani Bankhead as, as really sort of the closest thing that could come to a MAGA Democrat. So you're suggesting that Bankhead is someone who can work with Trump on immigration, and of course, if you've heard her on the campaign trail, she's said nothing of the sort. But that has been responded to by a pro Bankhead PAC that in the last month has spent about $3.2 million promoting her. So Bankhead's a candidate who had about $20,000 to her name, right, in her campaign fund just weeks ago. And so that PAC spending has really sort of taken over the role of defining the candidates in ways that they couldn't define themselves. And it will really be interesting to see how that plays out tonight.
And then in the House race, Montana 1 is a race that the Cook Political Report has on the board currently as likely Republican. Why do Democrats think they have a chance in this seat?
I think, well, two things. I mean, in Montana, Republicans have not lost a U.S. House race since 1994. But this Western District in Montana was created during the last census. Montana is the only state who's been, demoted to at-large status to actually, then regain a seat later. So, that's interesting. And it is a race that, in 2022, when incumbent Ryan Zinke, first ran for that district, he won by about 3 points. Now, in 24, in a Trump year, he won by about 7. But, of course, this is a midterm, and, Democrats like their chances, particularly if there is some dissatisfaction with Trump.
And then today, with turnout in Montana, what are you seeing? How much of is turnout going to be a factor today compared to a presidential election year? This being a midterm primary.
Well, we in a midterm we would expect turnout of about 39%, right? 39% of the registered voters we would expect to turn out in a primary. That's that's not bad. So, for Montana, that wouldn't be unusual. It'll be interesting to see how that breaks. Usually Democrats, have considerably less turnout than Republicans do. So, if they're, if they're closer to parity, then maybe that's a good indication of less of an enthusiasm gap.
And then finally, Tom Ludy, how late do you expect it to go tonight? How late do Montana elections usually go before we get a winner announced in a close race?
Well, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Zinke and Al Olszewski, and Olszewski is a candidate in the Western District, Republican, primary this year. That race wasn't settled until Wednesday morning, and by Wednesday morning I mean probably 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. The after election day. So, those things can drag out. It probably depends a little more on, kind of where the delay is, right? If it's in a remote rural area versus an urban area, how many votes you actually have to, get counted, right? And sort of what are the resources to get that done? So it could be, ideally, best case scenario, we kind of know where things are at least by midnight.
For plenty more on Montana politics, you can go to montanafreepress.org. Tom Ludy, a political reporter there. Thanks for taking some time on primary night to talk to us on C-SPAN.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Back to your phone calls. We are taking your calls on races in any of these 6 states or any primary you want to talk about. We've got two great individuals to do that. Jacob Rubashkin, of course, with Inside Elections, Jessica Taylor with the Cook Political Report. You know them well if you are a C-SPAN viewer, and they are always happy to chat with you. Romeo is in California. Back to the Golden State. Romeo, what race are you particularly interested in?
In the governor race, I just want to say one thing I would like to see. I would like to see California turn green, and that's a vote for Butch Ware.
A third-party candidate. Romeo, what do you like about him?
I like his grassroots organizations, his on the street. Lots of things he says. He's anti-war, very anti-imperialist, all that good stuff, and that's just some things that he brings politics back to domestic instead of worrying about the foreign policy and all the other stuff that we have no business being in.
Romeo, thanks for the call from California. Jessica Taylor, is this a good time or a bad time for third-party candidates in America?
Well, you had in the Michigan governor's race, you had probably the most viable independent in the former Detroit governor, Mike Duggan, recently ended his campaign because basically the money dried up. It's just hard to run a viable race unless you have money behind you. Why someone like Dan Osborne has been able to in Nebraska is because he's functionally running as the Democrat. So, I mean, at least for, I thought Michigan would be a very interesting test case of sorts to see if an independent in a race for governor could be more than a spoiler. But it was looking like Duggan was becoming that, really. So he withdrew. We shifted that race then in Democrat Jocelyn Benson's favor, the Secretary of State. But I think that what you have seen is in places like Montana, there's independent candidates running in South Dakota and Idaho, but their function, they would be. This is Democrats trying to trying to be relevant in states where they've lost a lot of support in states that they were once relevant in. I mean, again, up until last year, Montana had a Democratic senator. So South Dakota had Tom Daschle.
Jacob Rubashkin, I know you have to leave to get to your other activities at Inside Election, but before you go, on third-party candidates in America right now in 2026?
It's hard to run as a true third-party candidate. That's why, as Jessica said, Dan Osborne, the most successful one, recently was running as the de facto Democratic nominee. There's only one, arguably only one true independent in the United States Senate, Angus King, who wins three-way races against Democrats and Republicans. His first race was a true three-person race. Essentially, he's a Democrat now for purposes of caucusing. It's hard. The way that our party system is set up, it's not just the money you raise as a candidate, which already is difficult to do if you don't have the network provided by a political party, but it's also the crush of outside money that comes into these races. You have to contend with outside super PACs on the Republican or Democratic side coming in and spending $20, $30, $40 million for their candidates. If you're an independent, you don't have that super PAC in your corner unless you're fabulously wealthy yourself. It makes it very difficult to keep up with the Joneses when it comes to outside campaign spending.
For much more on all the races, the Republican, Democratic, independent races, Inside Elections is a place you can go, InsideElections.com. Nathan Gonzalez over there with Jacob Rubashkin, and you've always been good to us on C-SPAN. We're going to let you get to your duties tonight over at Inside Elections, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And we are now going to head out back to the West Coast, to the Golden State of California, back with Maya Miller of Cal Matters, a political reporter out there. Maya Miller, what is the latest that you're seeing in California on turnout today? I know polls don't close for another 30 minutes, but has it been a big day for turnout in the Golden State?
Hi, thank you so much for having me this evening. And, you know, there's a really interesting trend this year in California where, at least among Democrats especially, a lot of people were holding on to their ballots until Election Day or until very close to Election Day. So for those of us who were getting the updates about, oh, how many ballots, you know, what percentage of ballots have been returned, it was hovering kind of in the low double-digit percentages in the teens for several days until recently, I think it's caught up to about kind of normal pace of ballot returns, you know, within the last 36 hours. But there were a lot of Democrats saying that they wanted to wait until the very last second to return their ballots because they weren't sure who the front runner was going to be and they wanted to back a winner. I haven't checked the latest returns yet statewide, but last time I checked, there were about I think it was maybe like 30%, 40% ballots had been returned. California is a universal mail-in voting state, so every registered voter is sent a ballot in the mail, and you don't have to request it anymore out here. So, but like you said, polls close in 30 minutes, so we should see that first drop of results soon after polls close. Those will be the ballots that the counties have processed from early mail-in voting.
Although polls closing doesn't mean that the ads will end. Of course, the top two head to the general election, and especially in that governor's race in the Golden State, there have been plenty of ads. Put it into perspective as somebody who lives out there and watches TV in California, how often are you seeing a political ad?
Oh, you can't get away from them. We have the TV on in the newsroom tonight, and you know, every other ad pretty much is for Javier Becerra or anti-Javier Becerra or anti-Tom Steyer or pro-Steve Hilton. So there's plenty of advertising to go around out here in this governor's race. And with so many candidates, there are, you know, more and more targets to make ads about. So I think Californians can expect to see much more of that between now and November.
Take us to the mayor's race in Los Angeles. How much trouble is Karen Bass in her re-election campaign?
Well, the latest polling showed her with a decently comfortable lead in front of the two challengers of hers, one from the left and one from the right. I have more been following our congressional races around the state and our governor's race, but the LA mayor's race is certainly top of mind for anyone who's watching the elections out in California today. And last I heard, it seemed like she was well positioned to make at least the runoff to November. We'll see who her opponent is going to be.
On those House races that you're following, there's a dozen, 14 or so that we could talk about. Take us to the two or three that have been most interesting to you.
Certainly. So probably the most watched race in California and one of the most watched and talked about in the country is David Valadao, a Republican, his re-election campaign in California's Central Valley. That is Congressional District 22.
And Maya Miller, and I hate to jump in on you, but let me come back to you in just a little bit because we've got to get over to Iowa. Josh Turek won the Democratic Senate primary over there, and he just came out to speak with supporters. Stand by. We'll come back to you in California in just a few minutes.
Great.
Families are struggling just to keep food on the table and a roof above their heads. Farmers are living in constant fear of foreclosure. We are in a senseless Middle East war that is driving up gas prices here at home. Our rural communities are disappearing. Hospitals and schools are closing here. Our public schools are falling behind. Iowa is now nearly dead last for economic growth, personal income growth, OBGYNs, mental health providers. We have closed 250 more healthcare clinics than we've opened in the last 15 years. We have a cancer crisis, a water quality crisis. This is not the Iowa that I grew up in. This is not the state that we all love. But I am feeling hope here in Iowa for the first time in a very long time. And this is because Iowans know that we need change. The status quo is not working. We need a fighter for the people, not for the billionaires, large corporations, and political donors. And this is our chance to change this state. My story is truly the American dream. In no other country on earth could someone born into a working class family from Council Bluffs, Iowa, who went to the Goodwill, shared clothes, had the wrong color lunch ticket, who was born with my disability of spina bifida due to my father's exposure to Agent Orange in Vietnam, who had 21 surgeries before the age of 12, be able to represent the United States in 4 Paralympic Games and bring home 2 gold medals and represent their community in the legislature. Only in America is that possible. And I am running for the United States Senate to protect that American dream for future generations. I got into politics just 4 years ago because while working in healthcare, I saw firsthand how the privatization of Medicaid was leading to a 1,000% increase in denials and delays for people with conditions like muscular dystrophy and Lou Gehrig's disease. It was fundamentally wrong, and I decided to do something about it. So I ran in red Western Iowa to represent my hometown in the Iowa legislature. I wanted to be a voice for the voiceless, for the Iowans who cannot afford a lobbyist. I won that first race by dragging my wheelchair upstairs every single day to talk to voters, regardless of party next to their name. Neighbor by neighbor, Iowan by Iowan, I won them over. I won that first race by just 6 votes. So never doubt that your vote matters. It does, and it can be all of the difference. I won that race because there's more that unites us than divided us. They trusted I knew what they were going through because I had lived it myself. I've had to fight my whole life, and this is what is needed in DC. People who have gone through real struggle, who know what it's like to not have enough, who know what a gallon of gas costs, who have had to put groceries on a credit card. We have enough millionaires in DC looking out for billionaires. We need real people in Washington who have felt the consequences of a broken system, because when you have gone through real struggle, you will have a different level of empathy and a different level of fight. And this is what we need in DC, fighters for the people, and that is what I will be in the United States Senate. Not someone like Ashley Hinson, who has voted to take health care away from 110,000 Iowans just to give tax breaks to billionaires. She voted to make health care more expensive, so 119,000 Iowans saw their health care premiums double and even triple. She backed cuts to veterans' health care. She voted 4 times in favor of the tariffs that have decimated our farmers. She supported raising the age for Social Security. She even sponsored a total abortion ban, even as 93% of Iowans say it goes too far. Ashley Hinson is a multimillionaire who has increased her wealth by up to 10 times since she got to Congress and refused to support a ban on members of Congress and their families from owning and trading stock. She has taken over $3.6 million in corporate PAC money. She does not represent Iowa and does not represent our values. And tonight, Iowa, we have had enough.
That's Josh Turek, the Democratic Senate candidate in Iowa. He'll be taking on Ashley Hinson in the general election, a very closely watched general election in the fall. That's the latest out of the Hawkeye state. We were talking just a few minutes ago about the Golden State of California. Maya Miller of Cal Matters, a political reporter there, still with us via Zoom. And Maya Miller, we were just talking about some of the key House races that you're watching tonight. Polls now set to close in under 25 minutes. Give us a preview of what to expect in some of those House races.
Well, it was wonderful to tune in and hear from my home state of Iowa. I am from the Hawkeye state, so that's been fun to watch their results come in tonight as well. I wanted to just correct myself from earlier. I double checked on the ballot percentage return rate as of this morning. There have been about 21% of ballots in California returned as of June 2nd, so this morning when the last update. And so we are probably expecting a bigger share of votes to come in on election day than maybe in past elections. Turning to House races, Congressional District 22 and Republican Representative David Valadao is the marquee race here in California for House races. Valadao, notably the only surviving member, Republican member who voted in favor of President Trump's second impeachment after the attack on the U.S. Capitol January 6th. He faces two Democrats in this primary. Assemblywoman Jasmeet Bains, she is a doctor. She is more of a moderate member, trying to position herself as somebody who is can walk both sides of the political aisle. And then you have political newcomer Randy Villegas. He is a college professor and a school board trustee in Visalia. He is running on more of an economic populist platform, sort of in the mold of Zohran Mamdani and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, really trying to position himself as the candidate for the working people and who will stand up to corporations. Notably has taken no corporate PAC money and has vowed to not take corporate PAC money. So that is the one of the biggest races to watch here in California. Will almost certainly decide play a factor in deciding which party controls the House in November.
That one of the biggest House races, of course, the gubernatorial race out there is the marquee race of the night, and all of it is being covered by Cal Matters. CalMatters.org is where you can find Maya Miller and her colleagues reporting. Maya Miller, thanks for taking the time to join us before the polls close. I know it's going to get real busy for you in about 20 minutes. We appreciate your time on C-SPAN.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me.
Back here in Washington, D.C., in our studio, Jacob Rubashkin's seat has been taken by Kirk Bado. C-SPAN viewers know him well, National Journal's Hotline editor-in-chief. It's your seat, actually. You've been in the seat plenty of times in these primary nights. I know you've been watching the results. You were saying Randy Feenstra in a bit of trouble in Iowa in the governor's Republican primary. Take us to the latest.
He's absolutely in trouble right now, especially as results keep coming in from his western Iowa district. I'm looking at results right now, and he's just not doing exactly what he needs to do in some of these more rural districts that are his bread and butter. He's losing to businessman Zach Lawn right now, and this is kind of some alarm bells that local Republicans in Iowa have been raising for the last few weeks. They were telling my colleague Abby Turner, our states and governors reporter at Hotline, that Randy Feenstra just has not been around. Even in his own district, he's skipped out on debates, not done the grassroots kind of, press in the flesh that Iowa voters expect from their candidates.
He got the Trump endorsement, though.
He did get the Trump endorsement, and he kind of started this race on second base. The problem is he's struggled around third and get to home now, even with the Trump endorsement. This might actually be one of the first of those Trump-endorsed candidates that doesn't get across the line in a Republican primary here. And I think it goes to show that at least in places like Iowa, that sort of peer-to-peer type of campaigning still matters a whole lot.
That's the latest from the Iowa governor's race. And Jessica Taylor, I know you're watching some of the races around the country. Anything over the last 15, 20 minutes since we checked in with you that have struck you?
Well, we have a call in New Mexico. I don't know if we had talked about that
one. The gubernatorial race.
In the gubernatorial race. So Deb Haaland easily beating Sam Bregman in that race. Greg Hall, the Rio Rancho mayor, in the lead right now for the Republican primary, but Haaland will be the heavy favorite for that. And poised to potentially make history again. She was the first Native American woman to be a member of the cabinet. She would be the first Native American woman to be governor of a state as well.
And we are taking your phone calls with Jessica Taylor and Kirk Bado, and the phone numbers to call in for about the next 2 hours and 15 minutes here's what they are. Democrats, 202-748-8920. Republicans, 202-748-8921. Independents, 202-748-8922. And if you voted today in one of the 6 states that's holding primaries or held primaries, since polls are closed in all but California at this point, 202-748-8923. In the Hawkeye State, it is Michael, West Branch, Iowa. Michael, which race are you most interested in?
I'm following the governor's race on the Republican side. I would have to say that I'm probably in the group that can consider them very conservative, grassroots supporters of the Republicans. And I would have to say that even though most of my peers have their own favorite in the governor's race, nearly all of them that I know are definitely against Randy Feenstra. As was just mentioned a few minutes ago, Feenstra has failed to show up at any debates or panels, and it seems to be hiding like Joe Biden in 2020 in his basement. And so that hasn't gone over very well in Iowa here. All of us wanted to make sure that Randy Feenstra did not get to 35%. And as it stands right now, it looks like that's the case. I did not vote.
He's just a tad over in the latest with 71% in. He's at 36%. Though Zach Land at 38%. But go ahead. Keep going with your point, Michael.
Yeah, I did not vote for Zach Lane, but I would be happy if he is the nominee. I think he has a good chance of against Rob Sand. Rob Sand is a very charismatic person, but he's kind of like the governor in Virginia who ran as a moderate, but really has some radical policies. So I think that Zach Lane would do well against him. And I just glad to see that Randy Feenstra is not in the lead at this point.
Michael, can I ask you before you go, as an Iowa voter, do you expect to meet a candidate if you're going to vote for the candidate? Do you expect to meet them in person?
Generally speaking, yes. Especially during presidential years, I have had the opportunity to meet numerous presidential candidates in person and be at their events. This year, my schedule was somewhat topsy-turvy, and I didn't make it to any events, but I did stay in touch with the candidates' policies and their platforms.
Michael, thanks for the call from West Branch, Iowa. Jessica Taylor, that's life as a voter in Iowa. You get to meet the candidates that you vote for. That's not necessarily the case in a place like California or most other states.
No, Iowa, New Hampshire, I think, is the other state that I would put in that category. I mean, South Carolina possibly to an extent, but not even to the Iowa and New Hampshire voters. I mean, before we've seen the calendar shuffle and everything, they took their responsibility really seriously. That's what I've been struck by when I visited these states, is they take that. They really see themselves as sort of a first testing ground.
Oh, you go to an Iowa caucus, and yeah, it is a solemn event.
Exactly, it is as Democrat. I mean, little d democratic as you can get in many ways. You know, you're literally, shuffling across the room. I mean, you're trying to woo one person to another side and different things. I mean, it's just, the fact that this is how we pick presidents is amazing, which, I mean, we might not going forward. Of course, that's what the Democratic Party at least is debating and things, of course. But I really think, to Kirk's point, I think Feenstra really miscalculated this. I think that he thought that he's the sitting congressman. He comes in, he has the most name ID. He's from the most conservative congressional district in the state. I think he
nabs the Trump endorsement.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, really, I saw the Trump endorsement almost as that they were worried that no candidate was going to get to 35%. This was sort of a last-minute Hail Mary to try to help him in that regard. But you also had right after that, I mean, Zach Lane had been an organizer for Americans for Prosperity. You had Turning Point USA that endorsed him right after Trump did. So there was you could sort of see a schism there within the MAGA conservative movement. But I think Feenstra really, if he ends up losing this, I think he played it really wrong. Again, as the caller was saying, in a state where they expect to maybe not even meet, but meet multiple times. This is a state where you talk about the full Grassley going to all 99 counties. Mm-hmm. So I think he really made a fundamental miscalculation.
From the Hawkeye State to the land of enchantment, Cynthia calling from New Mexico. Cynthia, go ahead and turn down your television for us and go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, I've been watching you, and it's so great to see what's happening all over the country. And we're just thrilled, my husband and I, the two voting members of our family, that Deb Haaland is going to be, running for governor. It makes me want to cry.
What do you like about Deb Haaland?
Oh my gosh, well, a lot. I love that she has experience in Washington. I love that she has the connections that she does on both sides of the aisle. I love that she's Native American. I love that she's a woman. I love that she has the welfare of all New Mexicans in mind. We're a very diverse demographic here. We've got the Anglo, we've got the Spanish, Hispanic, the Native American, and it's just New Mexico. I know we're, large in terms of size and small in terms of population, but it is a land of enchantment. It's a really, really special place. And I have been to the lower 48. I have not been to Alaska and Hawaii, but every state in this country has something absolutely precious and beautiful about it. And New Mexico's, I think, a huge part of that is, the blending of cultures. And I think she represents that in just an amazing way. And I'm so excited that she's going to hopefully be our next governor and make history.
Cynthia, thanks for the call from the land of enchantment. Kirk Bado, the Cook Political Report's rating of New Mexico is likely Democratic. Why is this likely going to stay in Democrats' hands?
This is a Democratic state. This is a state that has never really been very competitive, at least at least in recent cycles, at the statewide level like that. With Deb Haaland's win tonight, she's probably going to be the next governor of New Mexico and the first Native American woman to hold that position. So it's a pretty historic night here.
Bloomingdale, Illinois. It's Robert, Independent. Thank you for waiting, sir. Go ahead.
How you doing today?
Doing well.
Good. Now I'm looking as a person, my wife and I, at the California elections for the governor and the mayor of Los Angeles, and I got a comment and then a question for your panel, if I may. And the comment is what you see right now with the state of California being disarray, being like Illinois, being taxed to the gazoo. You're being walled out with these stupid laws that they're trying to put in California. You lost the Oakland A's, you lost the Oakland Raiders, and I hope that that if you want to vote for what the Democrat has to offer, you're pretty much going to get what you deserve. Now, that being said, I want to ask the panel, if I may, is the candidate for Los Angeles mayor endorsed by President Trump? That's what. Thank you.
I believe he's talking about Spencer Pratt. Do we know if Spencer Pratt got the president's endorsement?
I don't know if he. I think he's praised Pratt, but I don't know if he's endorsed him. And the Oakland A's are not in Oakland anymore. They're at least still in Sacramento, at least for the time being right now. But I think that callers' discontent with California is kind of hanging over a lot of the races right now. You haven't necessarily seen a lot of the Democrats running for governor, at least, throw their arms around Gavin Newsom. And I think that's one of the reasons why you saw a lot of the big names maybe stay out of this race. They didn't want to necessarily run in the shadow of Newsom, especially when, even though he's term limited now, he's probably more than likely going to have some sort of White House run in 2028, and that his handling and his leadership of California is going to come up on every debate stage. It's going to be very difficult to govern the state as you're catching not just strays but direct hits on a nationally televised stage like that.
Jessica Taylor.
I mean, this is a question that I think to me, an official Trump endorsement is when it comes from his Truth Social. So Trump has not sent that out. He said he was asked, he spoke favorably about him, saying he's a big MAGA person and saying, I'd like to see him do well. He's a character. So, I don't count that as, I guess, an official Trump endorsement. But if Trump were going to vote for anyone in LA, I'm sure it would be Spencer Pratt.
Probably be Spencer Pratt.
Well, both reality show guys, veterans, showmen, and everything like that. That wouldn't be very surprising at all.
And Jacob Rubashkin was here earlier. He was making the point that Spencer Pratt sort of trying to run in the mold of a 2016 Donald Trump, not just a reality show, but being the outsider, being very outspoken, being very good with his social media, trying to take that playbook to the LA mayor's race, a very blue place to run.
Exactly. He's trying to consolidate. There are still a lot of Republican voters in Los Angeles. It's just there's a ton of Democratic voters there as well. And Spencer Pratt's trying to just tap into that anger over how the wildfires were handled by Karen Bass, anger over crime, which I think maybe if you had a D next to your name and you were doing that, you would stand a little bit better chance. But Spencer Pratt certainly is making a lot of headlines and a lot of news.
We are just about 5 minutes away from polls closing in California, and we'll get a lot more information then on some of the marquee races that we have been watching throughout the evening. Though, Kirk, Bado, I know with you just joining us, you've been watching all these races from New Jersey to South Dakota to Iowa. What's been the biggest surprise for you tonight so far before we get to the California races?
The biggest surprise to me is just how early the Iowa Senate race was called with Josh Turek and Zach Walz. We figured it would be the Democratic primary in the Senate there. We thought it would be a little bit more competitive, but Josh Turek really ran away with it. Yes, he had a lot of outside support, about $10 million from vote vets. He is the establishment's pick, but I thought there would be a little bit tighter race, especially with how Zach Walz was able to tap into a sort of Democratic progressive populism. He is from the bluest part of the state on the east side there. I thought Democrats would be a little bit more fired up to go out and vote for him, but maybe they are taking more of the electability concerns, the case that Josh Turek made and the vote vets advertisements made as well. As Democrats are searching for that elusive 4 seats to flip the Senate, Iowa isn't a bad place to start, and you've seen some outside groups already make reservations there. We have, I believe, SMP, which is the Senate Majority PAC, the Democratic Alliance Super PAC, invest about $10 million in early ad reservations there. Their Republican counterpart have also put in, I believe, about $13 to $14 million in initial ad reservations. So again, if we're looking for a race that could be that 3 or 4 to put Democrats over the edge, Iowa could be it.
California results come in just a few minutes. We're going to be going until about 1 a.m. Eastern time. By the way, last time you were on, you had to do the Washington Journal show, our morning program, the next day. Are you on tomorrow morning?
I'm not on tomorrow morning, but if we're getting out of here at 1 in the morning, I might as well still sleep in the green room.
All right. Well, we appreciate both of you staying late. You're not on tomorrow morning, are you? I know I'm not.
Not this network.
All right. Well, we'll have some of the callers on, I am sure. There are plenty on phone lines for Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and if you voted in one of those 6 states, we've got a special phone line for you tonight. That one, 202-748-8923. Titus is in the Old Dominion out of Woodbridge, Virginia. Line for Democrats. Titus, what race most interests you as a Virginian?
The California governor's race, as well as the Los Angeles mayor primary. I think both of these races are really key to dictating how the tone of our nation is going to go forward, dictating how are we going to move politically, because California is such an institutional state within the union. It has so much power and economic power. I'm also concerned about the big concerns surrounding a lot of these California voters. a lot of the issues that have remained have been issues for 5-10 years now, from housing to gas prices to honestly issues with homelessness. And so I'm really interested in hoping for that whoever takes the helm in the California governor's race, as well as in the Los Angeles mayoral race, that they're able to really put in some fundamental legislation that would address some of these issues, understanding that many of them won't be solved in a term, 2 terms, maybe even 10 terms, but really getting the ball rolling, because these issues are plaguing California, and it's extremely difficult for the people of California, those who have spent their lives living there, to be able to make homes and families for their next generation because of these expenses.
That's Titus in Woodbridge, Virginia. Jessica Taylor, on expenses, cost of living, this being a national issue this election, and the question is, which party is better positioned to run on that issue?
I mean, I think that California is just such a large state. You've seen some of the Democrats that are trying to, Matt Mahan was talking a lot about what he'd done in San Jose. He really didn't catch fire. You've certainly seen all of the Democrats talk about how they would tackle it, but some of them, did not want to criticize, Gavin Newsom for not doing a good enough job. I mean, I think that Newsom's obviously going to play into the 2028 conversation, and I think his record in California will come into play there. But again, what I'm really watching here, I think that the party wins out over some of these, concerns when it's going to come in November. I'm watching again to see if it's going to be 2 Democrats on the ballot, if this is a Democrat-on-Democrat fight all the way until November, and how much more money does Tom Steyer have to spend on advertising if that is the case. That would break all records by any means, or, to Steve Hilton. And he would be driving some of the conversation. I am really amazed by how many callers we've had tonight that are not living in California that are watching this race so closely.
You mentioned Gavin Newsom. We talk about books by folks who have higher political aspirations. Gavin Newsom also has a book out, just came out from earlier this year, Young Man in a Hurry, talking about his political background. Cory Booker has that book coming out about his stand on the Senate floor. We mentioned Deb Haaland. She wins tonight. She just put out her book.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just interested in this because I like
Hotline,
book TV
you all
a
are
lot.
Tracking this, aren't you?
We are all tracking those.
Yeah.
We are tracking those. Erica Filter, our national correspondent there, is tracking, and God bless her, has started a book club amongst the Hotliners of reading these books as well. And we were tracking the historic data here between when these life memoirs come out, how much time passes between publication and when
running for the race,
and when their official announcement comes out. And we found that there's been about a 6-month or so average in between. So look for maybe later this year a few people to jump into the race who have launched books. Someone like Andy Beshear, Cory Booker, Gavin Newsom. There's about a 6-month window between publication on the book tour and then when they start hitting the campaign trail for real.
Do you have a famous political memoir that you've read that you like? What's one that you enjoy?
I actually did think Young Man in a Hurry was interesting. I do think the gold standard, though, for political memoirs, while it wasn't necessarily within the window of a presidential launch, was the Dreams of My Father from Barack Obama. He did that, I believe, before his Senate run. Jessica, you can correct me if I'm wrong here. But I thought that was a really, not necessarily trying to run for something higher office, but a very stark portrait of his upbringing that I think about as kind of the gold standard for these political memoirs. Some of these other ones, though, are what I like to think of as the DC Free Little Library fodder, which might be not necessarily as telling, but more of an excuse to get out on the road and go on a book tour.
Not running for an office, but Joe Biden has a book coming out, View from the East Wing, and it's interesting that I don't know when the title was picked, but it was at least announced after the East Wing had been taken down.
Exactly.
and Joe Biden puts that book out. I think it's just coming out maybe this week or next week.
It came out today, I believe.
That book out today. So these political memoirs,
a lot of people not happy to see Jill Biden back in the conversation when you look at the state of things. And, she's basically continuing to, I think, she has said she still thinks that Joe Biden would have beaten Donald Trump. So I think she is not a welcome voice, I think, as the Democratic Party is trying to move on right now.
We can start our own book club a little later. Anyone's happy to join, we'll let you join. In the meantime, more of your phone calls. This is Deborah, Studio City, California. Deborah, what's your thought about what's going to happen tonight in the Golden State now that polls are officially closed?
I believe Karen Bass is going to win mayor and Becerra is going to win governor.
And start on the governor's race and why you think that, as we show a live shot of Sacramento this evening. Why do you think that's going to be the result in the governor's race?
I think he has shown great competency in what he has accomplished throughout his entire career, how he has been our attorney general, very successful in how he broke down medical health system networks who were bundling practices and made it more affordable, healthcare more affordable. How he has fought off Trump many, many times and been very successful. I think having an attorney is very important at this time at the helm of someone who has a Stanford law background and great experience, and the fact that he has D.C. experience. And I feel very confident with him.
Well, when results start coming in, we will start showing you the latest out of California, the governor's race, the House races. Deborah, is there a key House race you're watching in California?
There is a troubling one because there is a man who was drugged and raped women in the 80s and 90s in L.A. He's an entertainment lawyer. He has no experience whatsoever. He's 82 years old. He's running in one of the districts, and it is very alarming that the Republican Party is supporting him when they know his background. He's as bad as Harvey Weinstein.
That's Deborah in Studio City, California. Do you know what race which she's referring to?
So I'm trying to look that up real quick here. It doesn't come off the top of the head here.
In the meantime, we'll go to Loomis, California. Mike, go ahead. What are you watching for in California?
Hi. I'm sorry. Repeat that.
What are you watching for tonight out of California?
The governor's race.
Who do you want to win?
Well, the two Democrats, basically. Hopefully that they can make it both to be on the ballot.
And Mike, it's easier if you turn down your television when you talk through your phone.
Okay,
if it comes down to Javier Becerra and Tom Steyer, who do you want it to be between the two of them?
Tom Steyer.
Why Tom Steyer?
He's the only one that really has programs that will benefit the people in California. Becerra talks, well, he's got all this experience and at the national level, and, you know, he's been a good attorney general. But he doesn't say, hey, I'm going to cut your utility bills. I'm going to cut a lot of things. Here's the programs I'm going to establish. And that's why I think Sarah is the better candidate.
That's Mike in Loomis, California. I know you've got your computers both up. Any early results from California that are worth mentioning, or we give it a little bit more time here?
We're going to have to take a little bit of time with California, especially. I think what we're going to be seeing here early on is those early voting coming in, early in-person voting as well, but California notoriously takes a whole lot of time to count their votes, and I think what we might see in this first batch of ballots is going to be a slight lead for the more Republican candidates, because Republicans usually wait until Election Day. Republican voters usually vote in person on Election Day. So that first batch that we see here when the results first coming out, it might show a little bit of a lead for Republicans, which is not going to be too surprising. But then later tonight, we're gonna see more of those early votes getting counted, because California, as you all know, predominantly by mail-in votes, so there's going to be millions of votes counted throughout the rest of the week, if not next week as well, because California allows their voters to turn it in pretty late on Election Day, so it's going to take a while to process.
They have up until 1 week to arrive past Election Day as well. And we saw really a lot of voters holding onto their ballots really as well. I think that they were waiting for the final polls in the race to come out. I think there were people who were voting strategically. Maybe if they saw, okay, it looks like there will be a Democrat that gets in, maybe I can vote for the candidate my heart tells me to, or maybe I'm going to just go with the popular opinion and vote for whoever's leading to make sure that again, I think this idea that Democrats were going to get locked out really jarred some people early on. You had this state party chairman that was telling lower polling candidates that they should drop out. But when you had Javier Becerra, that was once one of those lower polling candidates that now is the front runner, it's hard to sort of make that argument.
The caller was talking about Republicans in California. Steve Hilton, one of the key Republicans. Also, Chad Bianco, the Riverside County Sheriff. He's addressing supporters right now in Riverside. Let's listen in.
And you have absolutely, I cannot express enough from the bottom of my heart how appreciative I am for all of you. So thank you all very much. From the very beginning, I made this decision for this one. For all of your kids, for all of your grandkids that do not have the opportunity that we had when we were this age in California. It's not because of any of you, it's not because of any of your businesses, it's because of an absolute failed political agenda in California. And there's only one way to fix that, and that is to absolutely disrupt and destroy this agenda in Sacramento that is ruining our lives. I made a decision to sacrifice my family.
That's Chad Bianco speaking to reporters in Riverside, California. We're expecting Matt Mahan, the Democratic mayor of San Jose, also one of these gubernatorial candidates. He's expected to come out pretty soon and speak to reporters. So when that happens, we'll take you there. In the meantime, more calls, including Lewis in California, out of L.A. Lewis, thank you for waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. So I voted for Becerra and Bass, and it really disappoints me to see how communities in Los Angeles, we're all fire prone, and it just disappoints me how Pacific Palisades is really trying to be very divisive in this election and blame Karen on the fire. And so in Los Angeles, I really think we should try to unite, because the homeless situation and, like they said, the living is serious, and we have to address it. And I would hope that we would try to address it as a unity community, but they're trying to be divisive right now in Los Angeles, and I think it's going to be very, very bad for the community in Los Angeles as a whole.
Lewis, is there somebody to blame for the fire, and if so, who?
Wow. Yeah, I heard the same things. The fire hydrants didn't have water in them, the pressure, that the reservoir wasn't full, that the 1,000 fire trucks were being serviced, so I don't know, that's who gets that call, but I don't think that Karen Bass should be taking the blunt of it, and that's how they're trying to characterize it. And I get it, she was out the country, I get it, but I just think right now we have to try to unite the city right now. I mean, it's critical right now. We have the World Cup coming up. We have the Olympics. And I really hope we could focus on dealing with the homeless and the prices, and instead of this division. Let's come up with let's have communication, dialogue, that we can come up with solutions.
It's Lewis in L.A. Lewis, Kirk Bado wants to ask you a question.
Lewis, how did you decide on Becerra for the governor's vote?
It was between him and the Mahan. I liked them both. I I just think Becerra, with his background and everything, he might be a unifying person right now, which we need right now in Los Angeles and in California, and hopefully put us in the correct direction moving forward.
Jessica Taylor.
Yeah, I heard this from a lot of people I talked to in California. I think that people were looking for experience, especially after Eric Swalwell. I think, California, Democrats at least have never elected a governor that did not have some type of previous political experience. Of course, you had Ronald Reagan and you had Arnold Schwarzenegger for Republicans. But and self-funding candidates have typically not had a good track record. Al Checky, Meg Whitman in California as well. So I think that people maybe had Becerra was sort of lost in, I think, a very large field of candidates for a while there. And then I think he had his moment because people remembered that he had been Attorney General. He had been elected statewide before.
Louis, what did you like about Mahan, and why did you eventually choose not to pick him?
I didn't want Hilton and the sheriff to get in there, and I didn't think Mahan really pushed it high enough for him to get to the percentage that he needed. But I loved his message and what he represents.
And a live shot coming in from the Mahan campaign headquarters. It looks like he's watching the results and perhaps getting ready to speak. It's interesting to see what networks they tune into for the results. We saw Ashley Hinson and her campaign watching Fox News for the results there. Matt Mahan, there was just a shot, a big board of CNN watching the results come in. If he goes to speak in a minute here, we'll take you to his remarks. But go ahead and keep calling in. Phone lines for Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and a phone line if you voted today. We'll put those on the screen as we hear from Lorenzo, Leesville, Louisiana, Democrat. What race are you most interested in?
Yes, I just want to kind of speak a little bit about, our situation in Louisiana. I'll be 71 on June the 13th. And most of my life we had this voting age is that we had these certain districts set up to where, you could only vote for this one or two guys. But now I'm glad they did what they did because before the candidates, they wouldn't have to come around and politic with us. We would only get maybe one or two people. But now all of the politics got to come to all the people, to get convincing them to vote for them. And I think this way we'll get to pick the best person, to represent all of the people. And as far as California, I like the governor. I hope he runs for president. I think he's a very smart guy, very intelligent, and he has a big heart. But I think I don't know who your dentist is, but you need to give him a shout out. He did a good job on you. You got a great dentist.
That's Lorenzo. I don't know which one of us you're referring to, but I think we all have great teeth up here, kind of you, Lorenzo. Let me take viewers, speaking of California, to the earliest of early results after 15 minutes after polls close. Steve Hilton in the lead at almost 28%. Javier Becerra in second at 25.6%. And then a bit of a drop off there to Tom Steyer coming in at about 17, almost 18%. Jessica Taylor, early reactions.
I mean, as Kirk was saying, I think that, a lot of Republicans are going to go vote in person. I think that these are probably some of those day of votes that we're seeing being counted. So I'm not surprised that Hilton is in the lead. I mean, he might be in the lead when it's at the end of the day, but that doesn't mean that he would be. I think he would definitely not be the favorite against whichever Democrat he is running against. It's looking, I'm noticing here even, San Jose there, which would be Matt Mahan country. Becerra is winning, and that's about, interesting. There's about half of the vote in there. At least in Santa Clara County. So Becerra winning Matt Mahan's home. So that's kind of interesting as well. We don't have any of Los Angeles in, so that's obviously going to be a huge part of the vote. So we're still very early on, but I think that we'll see if there's more Steyer votes out there. that can propel him and Becerra into the top two.
Kirk, Bado?
Yeah, like what we were talking about a little bit earlier, what we're going to see here is the Republicans take a little bit of a jump here first because of how California counts the votes. Again, what we're seeing right now are early in-person votes and mail-in votes that were received in the first few weeks of early voting. Later tonight, we'll get those in-person votes, which should break a little bit more towards Republicans because Republicans usually tend to vote in person on election day. So even as we stay here before we sign off around 1 in the morning or so, we might sign off the broadcast with Steve Hilton probably pretty well in the lead. But over the next few days, as those other mail-in votes are counted that were sent in a little bit closer to election day, that's slowly going to get chipped away. Again, this is what we expect to happen. This is how California counts their votes. There's nothing untoward going on with the counting process. This is how it works in California.
And when we do sign off at about 1 a.m. Eastern time, if you stay here on C-SPAN, we're going to show you Spectrum News SoCal, their broadcast of their results. That's going to be about an hour of that from 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. Eastern time, so you can stick with some of the results throughout the evening, even after we go home and go to sleep. Janelle in Riverside, California, another caller from Riverside. Thanks for calling. What's your expectation for California races today?
I expect that Chad Bianco would be our next governor. I have family that's in law enforcement that works very close to Chad, and I believe his beliefs are the only thing that can save California and guide all the young people the right path.
And what are those beliefs that you like?
You know, work hard for what you believe in. What do you call it? He has offered help as the sheriff of Riverside County. All the homeless people, for example, the help is there. Like he has said, I have paid attention to every single one of the debates. Like he was mentioning, the help is there, just that the homeless people do not want help. They're used to, you know, why are they going to get better and all that if the money is just offered to them? It's there. They get a check every month without fail, and that needs to stop. There's no reason why all the working class people should be paying for drugs and all that and rehab, while us, the working class, have to keep suffering, figuring out how to pay rev, put food on our table, decide whether, you know, we eat another day or keep our household. And I don't think that should be fair. And again, honestly, I just really hope he wins. If not, you know, I'm going to end up moving to a different state because he's the only one who can save us now.
What state would you want to move to if you moved to a different state from the Golden State?
Arizona.
That's Janelle in Riverside, California. Chad Bianco currently in 4th place. And Kirk, Bado, remind us about the top 2 system here and how it works in California.
Yeah, so it's an all-party primary here. The top 2 vote getters, regardless of primary, will move. Regardless of party, will move on to the general election in November. As we sit here right now, with about 17% of the votes in, it looks like Steve Hilton, the GOP candidate endorsed by Trump, is in the lead, but with about 29 or so percent. And Xavier Becerra is in 2nd place with about 25%. Again, we're expecting Republicans to start off with a little bit of a lead here because of how California counts the votes. But this is probably going to be the likely outcome. If I were to guess here, is 1 Republican and 1 Democrat. There was a lot of fear among the Democrats earlier, as Jessica was saying earlier, that they might be locked out of this top 2 system. But it seems like the most likely scenario is Steve Hilton in the Republican spot, and it's going to be a battle between Becerra and Tom Steyer for that 2nd spot.
Anything you're seeing in the House races coming in, and some of these do, as we've pointed out, go a notoriously long time before we get final results. But what are you watching for on the House front from the numbers that we have in the first 20 minutes or so?
I'm watching the member-on-member primary in the 40th district between Ken Calvert and Young Kim. Right now, they're both virtually tied right now at 26% with 20% of the votes in.
And this is member-on-member because of the redistricting process that took place that put them in the same district.
Exactly. The redistricting reshuffle has really ruffled a lot of feathers in California. There's probably about a dozen or so races that we're going to be watching tonight, and this is one of those member-on-member primaries that is usually the result of these of redistricting. The new seat has about, I think, 40% of Young Kim's old district. Ken Calvert jumped over here, and I imagine that this is probably going to go into a Republican-on-Republican runoff or general election.
Did President Trump get involved in this one at all, or do you expect him to in a member-on-member primary?
He notably did not get involved in this primary, but both of them are running as the Trump candidate here. And this is despite the fact that Young Kim used to represent a swing district in Orange County, California, where she's had to row a little bit more toward the middle and have a little bit more moderate stances. And those votes and those stances have come back to bite her in this member-on-member primary with Ken Calvert. One of the most, I think, potent attacks against her was an ad that the Ken Calvert allies did where there was a video of her saying that she felt uncomfortable having Trump date her daughters potentially. And that in a Republican-leaning seat like this could prove to be pretty lethal come November if these two Republicans advance to the general election.
Let's head to the Matt Mahan campaign. He just stepped to the podium, the mayor of San Jose, speaking to supporters this evening, 23 minutes after polls closed in the Golden State.
Thank you all so much for being here. Let me start with a special thanks to my wife, Sylvia, and our kids, Nina and Luke. Sylvia, you are the love of my life. You are the reason I could enter this race, and our kids are the reason I did. I want to congratulate my fellow candidates on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to thank our incredible team and all of you who are not just supporters, but champions for building a better California. While this campaign for governor ends tonight, which Nina and Luke are frankly kind of happy about, our mission has only just begun. To have a government in Sacramento that makes life better for Californians, we have to pay attention and make our voices heard all the time, not just on Election Day. That's what this campaign is about, and it's what I have always been about. Government should work for you, not the politicians or the special interests. I'm proud. I'm proud of what we have accomplished together in just 4 months for many reasons. Here are 3. First, we set the conversation and the tone of this race. California moved closer to the right ideas because we brought them to the forefront. That started before I even knew I was going to jump in, when we invited the candidates to San Jose to see what was working on homelessness. And even my Republican opponents couldn't deny our progress. All right, boys, off the stage. We did it again when we released our plan to build more housing, and all the candidates had to rework their own to catch up. We came out with a plan to save Hollywood by bringing film production back, and our opponents once again followed suit. After we called to reform the gas tax to provide immediate relief to working families, every debate included a question asking our opponents if they would do the same. And if our next governor actually implements the solutions we offered, our city will be better off for it, and so will our entire state. Second, I am so proud that we ran a campaign focused on results, not empty rhetoric or impossible promises. I am, and Luke, please cover your ears, a get shit done Democrat. That's how we ran this race, and it's how we run San Jose. And third, more than anything, I am so proud to tell the story of what we've started to do here in San Jose and what it means for our state. Over the past 4 months, everywhere I go, in every room I've walked into, I've said the same 7 words. Here's what we're doing in San Jose. I've had the privilege of telling our whole state about our city, about our problems, about our progress, about our people. I met dozens of folks in the Palisades, Altadena, and Malibu who lost their homes. Some are still paying mortgages on empty lots, wondering if they'll ever get to rebuild. I told them how we unblocked thousands of new homes that are now under construction by cutting excessive fees, by removing unnecessary regulation, by approving permits in weeks, not years. And I told them, if we can do it in San Jose, we could do it for them too.
Matt Mahan, the mayor of San Jose, conceding defeat in a race in which we don't know the winner. It's going to be the top 2 in the gubernatorial primary in the Golden State. Matt Mahan currently in 6th place in the low single digits. Javier Becerra in 1st place right now at 27%. The Republican Steve Hilton in 2nd place, 25.6%. 5 points down, Tom Steyer is coming in at 20%. Kirk, Bado, what happened with Matt Mahan's race? Why didn't it take off?
He got a lot of outside support from tech organizations, got a lot of investment there, but it just really wasn't enough. I think Tom Steyer really kind of flooded the zone. I mean, he's invested $200 million of his own cash into this race already. I mean, that kind of blanks out a lot of other spending advantages that anyone might have. So it was really difficult for him to kind of catch fire here, and especially when the consensus of, you know, maybe the adult in the room, so to speak, or at least the one where people shrug and say, why not this guy, was Becerra. I think there was an opportunity there for Mahan briefly, especially during the shuffle between Porter and the fallout from Eric Swalwell, but he never was able to break out and take advantage of a chaotic campaign.
Jessica Taylor, I want you to put the spending in perspective here. Much earlier in the night, it was several hours ago, you pointed out that this gubernatorial race, as it stands right now, is the 5th most expensive non-presidential race in history. Just put some of the numbers in perspective that we know about in this race.
Yeah, so according to Ad Impact, there's been over $327 million just in the primary alone. Tom Steyer's campaign accounted for 63% of that total. He spent over $200 million. Mahan and spent I believe that includes his super PAC spending as well, spent $35 million. That's actually more than Javier Becerra, who is leading right now. But Steyer also had a lot of interest groups, things like the realtors, home builders, attacking him. So that includes $31.6 million spent attacking Steyer as well.
A lot of money going into these races and a lot of ads that you're seeing. Kirk, Bado, you wanted to jump in.
Well, I just wanted to jump in real quick and talk about just how expensive this whole cycle is right now. Ad Impact estimated at the beginning of the year that over $10.8 billion would be spent on campaign ads alone. That would be the most expensive midterm cycle in history. That used to be what you would expect to see spent on a presidential campaign cycle for out everybody running, but now that's what we got for a midterm cycle. We've already seen the most expensive House primary in history. We've seen the most
Remind us who that one was?
That was the Thomas Massie race, where about $30 million or so were spent on a safe Republican primary. We've also seen the most expensive Senate primary in history so far. That was the Texas Senate race between Ken Paxton and John Cornyn. It's just the money is getting so out of control here, even though the battlefield is getting so much smaller.
Maybe I'm dating myself, but I remember when $1 million for a House race was a whole lot of money, and that really wasn't that long ago.
Correct. And now the Ad Impact estimates those 18 or so toss-up races by the Cook Political Report, that those will cost on air, just on advertisements, $43 million per race. That's insane.
One of those California residents who has been watching these ads, I am certain, Roberta in San Diego. Roberta, good evening.
Well, first off, I want you to know something.
Yes, ma'am.
I actually really do care about the state of California, and I live in what used to be America's finest city, but I would never tell anyone to move here today. But under circumstances, this is what I tell you. I called every single person that in all the districts. I called the assembly offices. I called the Senate offices. I checked to see who was actually still there and who was there. Now, let me tell you what the breakdown is in California. And to me, California is the most expensive place to live, and we know it is because our Social Security checks that we get are according to the cost of living in the state you live in.
And Roberta, I'm just going to stop you for a second because I'm going to go back to Iowa. Randy Feenstra is speaking to supporters in the Hawkeye state. Want to go there and let viewers listen in.
We're going to make sure that we have him as the next governor. You know, I've got my family up here. I have so many friends, and I mean, you're all friends and all my workers, and it's just so special to have everyone here. You know, the outcome wasn't what we probably wanted, but for me, I think for everybody in this room, God's got some awesome plans. And I was talking to my son about that. Yeah, you know, we got a new chapter, and I'm so looking forward to that new chapter in life. I've been in politics a long time, and you know what? God has now said, "Hey, Randy, we're into something else that's exciting." So I want to say thanks to my wonderful parents and my in-laws. They've taught me my faith. And, you know, I don't know how some people get through this, but for me, I'm okay. I mean, my faith has taught me, right? My faith teaches me that you know what, we're going to further the kingdom in a different way. And so, you know what, I would just love, absolutely. So, this might be a little unprecedented, but we're in Hall, so let's quick bow our heads, all right? Lord and Heavenly Father, we come before your throne, and we just thank you for all the opportunities that you've given us. And Lord, I'm so blessed. I got all these friends around me, and I'm so blessed to travel the state the last year and seeing everybody, shaking everybody's hand, and see what great creation that you created, Lord. And I just thank you for this opportunity. And Lord, I just humbly ask that you continue to be with Zach Lane as he furthers the campaign, and that he could glorify you in all that he does, Lord. And just thanks again for my family you've so blessed me with. And Lord, be with all of us now as we head home. And Lord, let us never hang our heads. It's so positive because we live in this great world that you created. In your name we pray these things. Amen. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Congressman Randy Feenstra conceding his race in Iowa for the governor's primary, the Republican primary. We're going to hear from Zach Lane in just a minute here. He's expected to come out, but it was Randy Feenstra who's down only by less than 1% conceding that race. A surprise, Kirk Bado?
I'm really surprised that he's conceding now, but as we've been talking about all night, we've thought Feenstra was in trouble. And when that western part of Iowa, when those votes came in, those were his home base, he wasn't winning as much as he should have been. The writing was kind of on the wall, but I thought that he would at least stay up in and wait to see the final results here. Iowa has no automatic recount provision, so this is pretty surprising.
Jessica Taylor, your reaction?
Yeah, I was a little surprised as well, just given that we still have, it's, well, over 95% of the vote in, but yeah, given that it's so close. But I think that when you look at particularly how he was, he was losing counties in his congressional district, that's never, certainly to Zach Lane, that was not a good sign by any means. So I think that this probably speaks to just the seriousness of how I think that Iowa Republicans are wanting to turn their attention to Rob Sand, who's going to be a very formidable candidate this November.
Who is Rob Sand as we wait for Zach Lane to come out? Which we know about him. He's
the state auditor. His ads, he talks about cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. He's a hunter. So he's, you could watch some of his ads and might think that he's a Republican. He sings "America the Beautiful" at the top of his rallies. Has prayers at his rallies. I mean, he is running as a very atypical Democrat, which I think is the type of Democrat you have to be to win in a place like Iowa.
For Zach Lane to win this over Randy Feenstra, does this change your thoughts on where this race stands in terms of the Cook Political Report race rating?
I don't think right now, we have it as a toss-up. I think that, Lane is going to, any Republican was going to be playing catch-up to Sand, that has amassed a lot of money for this contest. But Lane might fire up more of the activist base than Randy Feenstra was. There was a lot of concern that Feenstra was just not going to motivate Republicans to come out. So we'll have to see. Again, Lane, more of an untested candidate, certainly. So I think that I'll be anxiously watching sort of how this general election, how it fully engages.
Kirk, Bado, does Zach Lane at the top of the ballot change things for Ashley Hinson in her Senate race? Is there a down ballot effect?
I don't necessarily think so. I think Ashley Hinson is a really strong candidate who has been able to stand on her own 2 feet. I think what this more says is that Rob Sand is probably one of the best Democratic statewide candidates anywhere on the map here. No matter who was going to come out of this race on the Republican side, it was going to be difficult for them. Rob Sand is sitting on about $18.5 million cash on hand here. Now, Zach Lane has outraised Randy Feenstra and clearly out-campaigned him as well. So he's going to have at least a little bit more cash, but they are definitely going to are in for a heck of a fight all the way here until November in the governor's race.
And what are your thoughts on Josh Turek as the Democratic nominee for the Senate race?
Josh Turek, I think he's going to be a strong candidate there. I think Ashley Hinson is also going to be a formidable opponent. Again, she's been tapped as a rising star in the Republican Party for years, and now she has an opportunity to really go out there and prove it. She's won tough House races in the past, but Josh Turek is going to have the full support of Democratic leadership. He's fundraised, decently enough right now. I think what we're seeing right now is kind of Iowa's going to be the center of the political universe coming up. And if I had a crystal ball as we're sitting here right now, and if I had to choose one state to know the results in November, I would want to choose Iowa, and I could probably tell you who's going to control the House and the Senate just based off that alone.
So many competitive races in Iowa this midterm cycle. House races, which ones in particular have you been watching tonight? What do we know about some of the results there?
Well, Iowa has 4 congressional seats, 4 House seats. They're all held by Republicans right now. We could have a total change in the delegation, at least in the House side, when the dust finally settles in November. One of the ones that I'm keeping really close attention to is the 1st District. That's the Marinette Miller-Meeks seat. Marinette Miller-Meeks beat Christina Bohannon, who is back again this time for her, I believe, her 3rd shot at Marinette Miller-Meeks. That race was decided 2 years ago by less than 800 votes in a year with Democrats have the wind at their back. where the tariffs have hit Iowa voters really hard, where there's a general anti-Republican sentiment, not just in Washington, but also in the Republican-dominated state legislature in Des Moines. I would think that Christina Bohanna is feeling pretty good about her chances after primary night. And
Christina Bohanna walked through her primary that she had to deal with tonight. The Associated Press called that a while ago, 81.5% to 18.5%. Jessica Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, this is a rare loss for Trump in a primary, where I think he probably wishes that he has had that Friday endorsement back
to the governor's
race.
The
governor's race,
Sure.
Yes, exactly. You know, I'm watching next week in South Carolina. He endorsed in that race as well for the Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette. Whether she can, she probably will get a slot in the runoff. That's a very, very close race with several candidates in the same vein that the Iowa primary was, but probably an even closer race. You have the Attorney General Alan Wilson running, son of Congressman Joe Wilson, Ralph Norman. Nancy Mace probably a little bit further down. She's probably the least likely of the four, a self-funder, and Rom Reddy. So whether Trump's endorsement can lift Pamela Yvette to a win, it certainly did not do that. But as we've talked about earlier, I think that part of this was Randy Feinster's own doing. He probably wishes that maybe he had attended at least one of those debates.
We'll come back to Iowa whenever Zach Lane comes out to speak to supporters. We have a camera at his campaign headquarters, so we'll keep an eye on that. As we do, we'll continue to hear from you. Back to the phones, and we do have plenty of callers from California waiting to chat. We are 45 minutes since polls closed in California. Carrie in Tarzana, California, what race were you most interested in tonight?
Hello.
Go
Good
ahead.
Evening. Yeah, I have my eye on the mayoral race in Los Angeles here.
And what do you think is going to happen there, Carrie?
You know, it's not so much what I think is going to happen, but what I hope happens is that Spencer Pratt wins. I'm born and raised here in Los Angeles, and it's just not the LA that I once knew and felt comfortable with, and we need change. And I'm hoping Spencer Pratt brings that change.
When was the last time it was the LA that you knew and were comfortable with?
Wow. You know what? It's been a minute for sure. Been disappointed for some time now, and I think something new is necessary. And between the homelessness, the crime, I mean, I've never been so fearful of going to sleep at night in my home in Los Angeles than I am now. And where I worked, it's surrounded by homelessness. That's tragic. And Mayor Karen Bass is not getting the job done. And I think we need something new. And hopefully Spencer Pratt comes in and shakes things up.
For a Republican to win in Los Angeles, they're going to need to appeal to a good number of Democrats. Do you think Spencer Pratt does that?
I hope so. I think he has quite a bit of backing. We'll see tonight if it's enough, and we'll see what type of momentum he has. But there's definitely a need for change, and hopefully he can bring that.
Carrie, thanks for the call from California. Spencer Pratt at just about 30% of the vote, with 45% of the vote in. Karen Bass, the mayor, is looking like a good bet to go to the general election, 36.5% there. So if it ended right now, it'd be Spencer Pratt and Karen Bass. In November, we will see what happens. Kirk, Bado, did you want to weigh in?
I just wanted to say, I think, we were talking earlier about Spencer Pratt. He isn't endorsed by Trump, but Trump has praised him to the media and gaggles, and you can bet that Karen Bass is going to play that clip as much as possible on her ads heading into November. I mean, that even any sort of association with Trump is a kiss of death in blue Los Angeles.
Jimmy is in Carson, California. Jimmy, thanks for waiting. Go ahead.
Hey, good evening. How's everyone?
Doing well. Go ahead.
Great. Well, I'm listening to what I've heard so far, and I kind of get a sense that the problems are just the candidates themselves. I will say that my vote for governor is for, I wrote in the Green Party candidate. His name is Butch Ware. And I think, you know, when people are talking about they want real change, you don't get the change with voting for a billionaire. You don't get a change with voting for the corporate-backed candidates. You have to kind of take a leap and go in a different direction if you really want to go in a different direction. You understand what I'm saying?
Jimmy, I've got Butch Ware listed as a college professor, hip-hop performer, and a candidate for the Green Party. How did you get to know Butch Ware?
Well, he is a college professor. He's a historian, a prominent historian, so that's where I first got introduced to his work. But he's been running a strong candidate out, strong platform out here. And being with the Green Party, he ran with Jill Stein for vice president on the presidential run in 2024. And so at that time, when they, you know, obviously lost their run, he said immediately that he was going to run for governor. And so I've just been following his moves and the platform ever since.
Jimmy, thanks for the call from Carson, California. I don't know if you have the list up in front of you. Where does Carson Ware sit? I know it's a 60-person race, so if you have trouble finding it, I don't know if you just see it off the top of your head.
Have to scroll down a little bit on that one.
Yeah,
60 candidates running in California. 2 of them are going to go to the general election in November. That's how it works. It's called a jungle primary system. Top 2 go. And
there is one candidate named Barack D. Obama Shaw.
Barack Obama Shaw. Did that person change their name to run?
I would have to believe so, but I don't know.
I think we have our friends at Spectrum did an interview with the candidate named Barack Obama, who's running for governor in California. Let me see if I can find that as we hear from Claudette in Palm Desert, California. Claudette, go ahead.
Hi, guys. This is really special for me. Give you some backstory. I'm a foreigner. I was actually an illegal alien for 2.5 years. When I did become a U.S. citizen, naturalized, I registered as an independent voter because I was not familiar with the voting system, the political parties. And this is full frontal honesty. When Donald Trump ran, I changed my registration to be a Republican. And I am happy, and I have no regrets.
What do you like about the president's policies as somebody with your background and your perspective on these issues?
What I like most about Donald Trump is he doesn't back down. He says what he's going to do, and he gets it done. He makes his promises, and he keeps them. And he's for everyone.
Who do you think is going to win in the governor's race in California this cycle, Claudette?
Oh, okay. And this is my vote. I actually voted for Sheriff Bianco because he's from Riverside County. I prefer Steve Hilton, but in my marketing mind, I thought he's not going to get the vote because he's originally a foreigner from Great Britain. He has the accent. Who's going to vote for him? But then when you look at it on paper, when all those people go to vote, a lot of people, independents, Democrats, Green, whoever, they see the name Hilton, he might get a check mark. But unfortunately, I put my check mark for Sheriff Bianco because he's been doing a really good job here in Riverside County.
That's Claudette in California. We mentioned the 60 candidates who are running in California. Top 2 go to the general election, and one of those candidates named Barack Obama, a California resident who's running for governor. Our friends at Spectrum News did end up doing an interview to look into that candidate's background. This is about 2.5 minutes long.
Yes, Barack Obama is running for governor in California. He lives here in the Bay Area, so we had a chance to go talk to him. Barack
Obama. President Barack Obama is the superhero. I'm the guy wearing his suit.
It's a long list of candidates running for governor in California. 60 names and Barack Obama.
Yep.
You heard that right. Barack Obama.
It's your name against my name.
A big name stacked up against the Becerras, Steyers, and Hiltons.
My name has the greatest, the most powerful man in it for 8 years in the world.
We met Barack here in the city of Alameda to get to know a man that's deeper than just a name.
All right. You ready?
The name change happened back in 2013 from Cecil Shaw III to Barack D. Obama.
This is me up here with my M16.
When then President Barack Obama was his commander-in-chief.
When I would stand in attention in the military, his picture was on the wall, and I was proud. He made it happen that a person like me could be president.
Okay, so Barack Obama, check. Shaw is his original last name. But what does the D stand for?
People kept saying, you're Denzel Washington. People would get in debate about it. He's the hurricane. No, he's man on fire.
Just spending a couple minutes with Barack and we see a man with music, metaphors.
Maybe a modern day Floto Baggins. When Commissioner Gordon had trouble and he wanted to contact Batman, he put the bat signal out. You want some bread? Here's some bread. Everybody deserves to get bread.
And singing.
Oh, when the saints go marching in, oh, when the saints go marching in, oh, I want...
Obama here comes from a family of musicians, his dad appearing on Soul Train in the 70s. He tells us his grandfather knew Ray Charles.
My name represents Barack Obama, Denzel Washington, my father, my grandfather, and myself.
Today, he's a community member in Alameda.
It's a wonderful place. Kind of reminds me of Mayberry a little bit with Andy Griffin. It's just that people don't walk around whistling.
Host of Alameda's Got Talent every week at the Alameda Theater.
You perform at this theater? Yeah.
And it's there that he teaches kids how to play, just like Obama.
Letting them know that it's more to music than just playing music. You got to get along with people.
You know, there's a political metaphor in there.
I let the kids know that everywhere you go, there's going to be people. And you got to learn to get along with other people.
And at the root of our conversation, why he's running for governor in the first place. Because, let's face it, this Obama likely won't be handing out these pins come November.
Anybody can run for governor if they want to. If you really want the future to be better, you got to look out there and start creating it.
So when you see this Obama, maybe it's a reminder that it's not that far-fetched to mimic the people that we look up to and hope that we ourselves can chart a future that we want to see.
I said I stopped complaining and I started campaigning. Which one is going to make the difference? Right.
And that's the story of Barack D. Obama Shaw, our good friends at Spectrum News. He is not in the top 3 at the moment. It's Steve Hilton, the Republican, who is in the lead in the gubernatorial primary in California, 26.5%, not too far behind is Javier Becerra, 25.9%. Tom Steyer at 19.7%. There's 46% of the vote in. Jessica Taylor, what's your read of the numbers right now?
So from what we have from the half, I mean, I think this is looking like it's going to be Hilton and Becerra. Steyer has spent now almost $750 million. And will possibly not have a nomination in either the presidency or the race for governor here to show for it. Again, I was talking about this earlier in the evening. I think there's just limits to self-funding candidates. You know, a lot of people like to say, and Steyer talked about this, I'm not beholden to anyone, but fundraising is a measure of support in many ways. So when you are fundraising, you are doing that because there are people out there supporting you. You know, one of my favorite Becerra ads that he had was just like a piece. It was just like serenity and calm and music and saying, you know, this is brought to you by not Tom Steyer, basically.
Because of all the ads that
the
Tom
ads
Steyer
were
was
just
running
so
on.
omnipresent. I mean, if you own a TV station in California, congratulations, you've made a killing. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're sad to see that Tom Steyer probably isn't going to advance. But you know, there's still half of the votes in. We'll have to see what the AP has not called this race yet. But I think that, you know, from what we are seeing. There, let's look here, Los Angeles, half of the vote in, and, you know, that's obviously a lot of where the vote would be. Steyer's coming in third, pretty consistently there. You I'm seeing a lot of, Hilton in the more rural areas. Hilton's finishing first, but again, when you add up all of that, it's Democrats that will have the most votes. So it really is a remarkable comeback by Javier Becerra, who many people wrote off at the beginning of this campaign. I often wondered too, he's former cabinet official, former state attorney general, member of the House, why he wasn't doing better. And I think it just took some time for this to cycle through. There were so many people. There was a longer list of candidates that did not run, like Kamala Harris and the Attorney General Rob Bonta, and there was even a push for Alex Padilla, the senator, to run. But because there were such fears of a lockout for Democrats, but it looks like if Becerra advances, whether he ends up on top or in second. Actually, he would be the first elected Hispanic governor of California. There has been one previous Hispanic governor of California in the 1800s, the late 1800s, Romualdo Pacheco, who ascended to the governorship from being lieutenant governor, but he did not run for election to the governorship then. So
these are the fun facts you get. Political report with the hotline.
Midnight at C-SPAN.
Midnight at C-SPAN. We're about just 2 minutes away from midnight. It's been an hour since polls closed in California. Kirk, Bado, I know you've been keeping an eye on the House races out there. What do we know at this point, an hour in?
We're still, again, slowly trickling results in right now. Again, we're still watching that member-on-member primary between Ken Calvert and Young Kim. Ken Calvert's opened up a little bit of a lead right now on Young Kim by about 15 points with 45% of the vote in that CA40 district. I'm also watching the race in California's 7th congressional district. That's where Doris Matsu is 81 years old. She's been there for a very long time. She is facing a primary challenger from a Sacramento council member, Maya Vang, who is about 41 years old, I want to say, and she has made her campaign a lot about combating the Democrats' gerontocracy. She's running to the left of the Representative Matsu, and that's one where I think if these results hold as we get more votes coming in, this is one that's going to continue until November. This is a race where Justice Democrats, the Progressive Aligned group, has gotten very involved. And this might be one of those instances where, we've had 6 members of Congress lose renominations so far. 3 of them have been Republicans who have crossed Trump. The other 3 have been redistricting casualties. This could be a real anti-incumbent one here, not because of any external factors, but just because the voters in this Sacramento-based seat are tired of the same old, same old.
When you get to midnight on C-SPAN, it gives a better opportunity for the West Coast callers to get in. So, David, Fontana, California, thank you for waiting. Which race are you most interested in?
The governor's race, most definitely. I'm happy to see that Javier Becerra is up in the top. I'm very happy that Blanco is not doing so well because he will not represent California appropriately. Also with Stephen Hilton being a Fox News host and just another rich guy, I know he's most definitely not good for California. So at this point, seeing that in the runoff it would be Javier Becerra, I know with no doubt he would have no problem beating Hilton.
That's David.
So that's what's most important.
That's David in Fontana. This is Isaac in Pacifica, California. Isaac, your take an hour in to polls being closed.
I'm a Steyer voter. I'm kind of disappointed looking at the results right now. I don't think he's going to make it to the general. I was a reluctant Steyer voter. I don't really like billionaires. I would say I'm a progressive. But unfortunately, it seemed like him and his policies had the better chance of lowering cost of living, which is, I think the main issue for Californians. I'm very blessed to be able to live somewhere so expensive, but so many people aren't. And right now, the cost of housing and the cost of gas and the cost of health insurance and home insurance and fire insurance is far too high. And Steyer was one of the only people who actually talked about building more housing, which I think one of the main policies we need to do. If he doesn't make it and it's Hilton versus Becerra, I'm going to vote for Becerra, but I'm really not happy with the state of the government, and I haven't been for quite a while. Hopefully we see some magic turnaround, but at this point, just another disappointing election.
Isaac, thanks for the call from California. Let me head back to the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Zach Lane, the Republican businessman who will now be the nominee for Republicans for governor, out speaking. Let's listen in.
They said our state does not belong to the lobbyists, special interests, and corporate giants who for far too long have had way too much power in our state. Instead, you all said this belongs to the people. People ask me all the time, why did I decide to run? Well, because in 1862, my great-great-great-grandfather, Hans Schluntz, answered President Lincoln's call, and he volunteered for Iowa's 2nd Cavalry, one of the famed Hawkeyes on horseback during the Civil War. I'm doing it because my other great-great-grandfather, Friedrich Lane, who our youngest son is named after, left Hamburg, Germany at age 14, and he traveled in the stowage of the SS Weiland and made his way to Belle Plaine, Iowa, where he met my great-great-grandmother. Together, they built the homestead. Let's go, Belle Plaine! Together, they built the homestead that remained in our family for 105 years until we lost it in 2005 when my great-grandmother passed. Ours is a long Iowa story, and it's precious to me. Every generation of my family has worked to build Iowa, has loved Iowa, and has fought for Iowa. And now, it's my turn to do the same with all of you. I'll admit, I didn't always understand this. I was one of those Iowa kids growing up who thought I had to leave to make my way. And for a while, that's what I did. But the further I went away from home, the closer Iowa got to me in my heart. And I realized everything I needed was right back here. And that's why in 2014, as you guys all know, I bought that farm back. And together, Annie and I rebuilt that place board by board. We did it because we wanted our kids to grow up the way generations of Lane kids had before them. We did it because we wanted them to know that their story matters. Their story truly matters. But most of all, we did it because we love Iowa. That's why I'm running for governor. Because I fear every day we are losing the Iowa we love. We've lost 10,000 family farms since 2000. Our young people are leaving faster than 46 other states because they don't see enough opportunity here. Wall Street hedge funds and foreign interests are buying and selling our land, driving up costs so our kids are priced out of the market. They treat Iowa land like it's a commodity instead of our inheritance. They treat us like numbers, not neighbors. This is over when I'm governor. Let's go. So here's what we're going to do. It's time to ban secret ownership, tax the heck out of those Wall Street hedge funds, and we're going to use that money to lower property taxes for every Iowa family. Big Ag has created corporate monopolies. They're squeezing our farmers for prices. They're jacking up prices on seed, input, and fertilizer, all while the price of grain stays the same. Bust them up. Bust them up. Let's go. On the front steps of our farmhouse, many of you were here when I announced my campaign. I made it very clear as governor, I will take on the big ag cartels, I will break up their monopolies, and I will get Iowa farmers a fair deal. But finally, an issue that's hard to talk about, but we must talk about it. Iowa has the fastest growing cancer rate in the world. We all know something is terribly wrong. But too many politicians from Washington, D.C. to Des Moines have had their heads stuck in the sand while Big Ag and Big Pharma printed money. This will not go on when I'm governor. Iowans are going to funerals for people dying at 60 whose parents lived to be 80. We are losing the wisdom of a generation. We have to use every resource we have to solve this. We have to find out what Big Ag and Big Pharma knew about the safety of their products and when they knew it. And we need to direct our great state universities to use every resource at their disposal to fight this cancer epidemic and end it. This should have happened long ago. You all know this. But it didn't happen because politicians, by the way, politicians like Rob Sand, have looked the other way as corporate interests have pillaged our state. And why? Why have they looked the other way? Because you can't fight corruption if you're beholden to the people causing it. You can't stand up to special interests when they own your campaign. You can't put Iowa first when you're putting lobbyists first. I know many people have stood before you on election night making promises because that's what politicians do. I'm not a politician. Let's go. You all know this. I'm a husband first, a father, a farmer, and a businessman. I'm my own biggest donor. I have not been bought, and I will not be bought. My only allegiance as governor is going to be to God, my family, and the people of Iowa. You have my word. But you know who can't say that? Rob Sand can't say that. Look who's funding his campaign. George Soros. Reid Hoffman. And most of all, his family, who has given him over $9 million. You know what? When you look at who's really funding him, it's clear. Rob Sand is not running a campaign. It's an auction, and Iowa's on the block. Well, here's the deal. We have a message for Rob Sand and the establishment tonight. Iowa is not for sale. He can't fight the establishment because he's been in politics for 20 years. He is the establishment. Tonight, people are asking how we're going to beat Rob Sand. Well, I'll tell you. The same way we won tonight, we're going to keep telling the truth. And here's the truth that Iowans are going to learn. Rob Sand wants you to believe he's a moderate. We've seen this movie before. Across America, liberals like Rob Sand pretend to be moderates so they can get elected and they govern like radicals. Rob Sand has promised to veto any culture war bill. And every time I hear him say that, you need to know what he really means. It means he's willing to let boys play in girls' sports. It means he's willing to allow late-term abortions. And he won't do a thing to stop illegal immigration. Rob Sand is not a moderate. He's a liberal career politician pretending to be someone he's not. That's not our campaign. Our campaign since the very beginning, many of you were there, it's been about issues. It's been about the future. Our message for the general election isn't going to change. We're not going to let wealthy donors, out-of-state interests, and political insiders decide the future of our state anymore.
Zach Lane speaking to supporters in Iowa. Zach Lane will be the Republican nominee for governor in the Hawkeye state, beating Donald Trump endorsed Congressman Randy Feenstra. Randy Feenstra coming out and conceding about 45 minutes ago tonight. That race now goes to the general election. Zach Lane will take on Rob Sand, the Democratic nominee for governor. That's what's happening in the Hawkeye state. Back in the Golden State, we are about an hour and 15 minutes since polls have closed, and we are watching the governor's race there as well. And the LA mayor's race, another big one that we are watching. Karen Bass is running for re-election in the LA mayor's race. That's a live scene from her campaign headquarters. Currently, she's in first place in her contest. The top two, of course, go to the general election in November. When she comes out to speak, we will take you to her campaign headquarters. In the meantime, we are taking your phone calls, and as we've been doing all night, on phone line split this way. Democrats, it's 202-748-8920. Republicans, 202-748-8921. Independents, 202-748-8922. If you voted today, we have a phone line for you as well. That number, 202-748-8923. Now that we've promoted the phones, we can go to Karen Bass, who just came out to speak to reporters.
My goodness, it is wonderful to see so many people. How are we doing tonight? Are we gonna win tonight? I will tell you it's looking good so far. We got a lot more to go, but so far it's looking good. And I am so glad to be here with everyone on a night. In a couple of hours, we will declare victory. And let me just say, first of all, let me thank everybody standing behind me, because this is my family, my whole family that are here. My two grandsons in my first campaign, they're now taller than me. My nieces and nephews who have grown up over the last few years. Let me just say that we can't do anything without our families. Our families who put up with all that we have to go through when we choose public life. And I just want to take a minute to tell you how much I love you so much and appreciate you for standing there with me throughout thick and thin. And everybody here for your support. We have led a grassroots campaign because we want to bring change to our city, and that's what we've been doing, and that's what we're going to continue to do. I want to thank the elected officials who have stood with me. I want to thank the leaders of community organizations that have stood with me, my partners in the labor movement, and I think I see the Beyonce of labor, who hasn't been speaking to me for a while for a very good reason, but I am so glad that she is here today. That is Yvonne Wheeler, the head of the County Federation of Labor, because we are a union town, and we are a town that understands that union jobs are the way we deal with affordability. And David Green over there from SEIU 721. And let me just say, we also have leaders of the business community here, because it takes the business community, the labor community, grassroots organizations. We can have the city that we know we all deserve. Los Angeles is where I was born and raised. Los Angeles is the city that I love. Los Angeles is the creative capital of the world, where we dream and we make our dreams come true, where our industry was leaving, but we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back because we
Mayor Karen Bass there speaking to her supporters. She will go to the general election, likely to face Spencer Pratt, the Republican. That's if the results hold. Spencer Pratt currently in second place. The top two go to the general election. Let me take viewers down to California's 11th district. That's, I should say, up to California's 11th district. That's Nancy Pelosi's district. Nancy Pelosi retiring. This is the race to replace her. State Senator Scott Wiener is speaking to supporters. He is declaring victory against Nancy Pelosi's endorsed candidate, Connie Chan. Let's listen in.
LGBTQ community, and particularly our trans community, because in San Francisco, how we roll is we have people's backs, even when it's unpopular. And we know, we hear this conventional wisdom. Oh, the polling on trans people is not where it used to be. It's not that good, so we should talk about it less. You know what? We need to go to the mat for trans people. We're not going to let them eliminate trans people. You know, when I was first elected to the state senate in 2016, right after the election, I sat down with my great predecessor in the state senate, Mark Leno. And Mark said to me, you know what, Scott? He said, the beauty of representing San Francisco is that your constituents give you the space to break glass and to challenge the status quo. In fact, they demand that you do so. And I have taken that to heart. This is a city that has never been afraid of big ideas. This is a city that has shaped culture and art and technology and civil rights and progressive politics for decades. And now we have the opportunity once again as San Francisco to lead us out of this dark place into a better place. So tonight is an important milestone, and I am just so grateful to the voters for the results tonight. And they're still counting, but these initial results are very, very promising. But this campaign is not over. And sometimes people come to me and they say, oh, it's going to be great when the primary is over. You can take a breath. I'm like, nope. We don't do it that way in California. We have 5 more months. And tomorrow morning, we're going to get right back up and go to work. And we're going to continue to build a massive coalition in every neighborhood of this city, every generation, every background, every community in the greatest city on planet Earth. And together, we're going to win in November. Thank you, everyone. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Scott Wiener in California's 11th district. That's the seat of retiring Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker. Scott Wiener is in first place right now at 43.4%. Connie Chan, who Nancy Pelosi endorsed to succeed her, at 28.1%. I say first place and second place, but that's all that matters on this primary night, Kirk, Bado, because the top 2 go to the general election. How surprising is this result?
This is somewhat surprising. I would not put it, if I was to rate this on a 10-point scale, I'd probably put this at about a 4 right now. Scott Wiener is a member of the state senate. He's a real housing policy wonk, and he's been waiting in the wings to run for Nancy Pelosi's seat for years now. He's had an outside organization that he's been putting money aside for when she eventually retired, and he got his opportunity here, and he's taken full advantage of it. And victory in a top 2 primary system like this, especially in a safe Democratic seat, is all about just being in those top 2 spots and moving on to the general. This is a really commanding performance here right now, and especially over a candidate who's backed by Nancy Pelosi and Connie Chan. Connie Chan also had the endorsement of another popular Democrat, Adam Schiff. So this is a real strong performance from Scott Wiener, and I would probably say he's in the driver's seat as we move on toward November.
And we move on towards 1 a.m. Eastern. That's when we're going to end here on C-SPAN. Of course, you can continue watching poll results online at cspan.org. And when we finish up tonight, we're going to head to California. Spectrum News SoCal is going to pick up at 1 a.m. Eastern. You can continue to watch results roll in the Golden State from 1 to 2 a.m. here on C-SPAN with our good friends over there at Spectrum. So hope you do that. Hope you keep calling in for the next 40 minutes or so. We're happy to talk politics with you. Kirk Bado with us, Jessica Taylor with us, and Alex is on the phone from Torrance, California. Alex, thanks for waiting. Go ahead.
You know, I as a strong Republican here in a very Democratic state, I think tonight's a win for us. As you see, Steve Hilton is doing very well amongst the voters. And, a reality TV show guy, Spencer Pratt, who nobody really knew other than being on TV a couple months ago, is giving Karen Bass a run for her money. So, I think overall a very solid night for us. And even here in Torrance right now, a lot of Republican candidates are leading in our polls here locally. And so it's just, overall, I think it's a win for us.
And Alex, do you consider redistricting in California a loss for Republicans? Is this a needed win for Republicans in California?
No, I don't consider it a loss. I think, Republicans are just sick and tired of what's going on in California. Spencer Pratt just kind of opened a lot of people's eyes to the reality of what is going on here, on TV and stuff like that. It makes it seem like we're this great state, but unfortunately, there's a lot of crime, a lot of theft, a lot of homelessness that people just don't see unless you come and visit. And so I'm just glad that it's being brought to light, and Republicans are getting out there and voting here in a very blue state.
That's Alex in Torrance, California. Let me go back to the California mayoral race in Los Angeles. It is Nithya Raman who is speaking to her supporters. We'll let you listen in.
Everyone who is here tonight, let's give ourselves a huge round of applause. I am so grateful to be here with all of you. I'm here because I love Los Angeles with all of my heart. This is the most hopeful, the most resilient, the most complicated, the most creative, the most beautiful city in the entire world. It is a city where people come to invent themselves and to reinvent themselves, where they find the safety to be who they really are. A city built by dreamers and immigrants and artists and workers from every corner of this beautiful world. A few months ago, this campaign was a long shot. No one knew who I was. I was the last to enter this race. We had no institutional backing. But what we did have was a vision for Los Angeles. That this city should be affordable enough to still be a place of real opportunity, where families are not pushed out, where artists can afford to stay and make their art, a place where working people can build a future. That is the vision that we have for Los Angeles. A vision where government actually functions and delivers every day on this city's beautiful, big-hearted values.
That's Nithya Raman speaking to supporters in Los Angeles in the Los Angeles mayor's race. Let me go back to the California gubernatorial race. Tom Steyer is speaking to his supporters. This is what he's saying.
We're going to wait till every ballot is counted. We're going to give democracy a time to work, and we know we finished really strong. We're here tonight because our state is in crisis, and so is our nation. California is the richest state in the richest country in the history of the world. It's unacceptable that right now so many Californians struggle to make ends meet. We're about to see the world's first trillionaires, probably in California. We're already witnessing an explosion of wealth concentrated in the hands of the very, very few. The gap between the rich and the poor grows wider by the minute. Prices are higher than ever. Faith in government's ability to do anything is lower than ever. Californians are being priced out of their homes every single day. While it happens, we see billionaires do whatever they have to get whatever they can out of the system, and then do everything they can to hoard their wealth and avoid paying taxes. And we see corporations continue to rig the system for themselves, raising your prices to juice their profits. Screw that. California deserves better. Working people deserve better. Democracy matters. Justice matters. The truth matters. Anyone who says otherwise is invested in a system rigged against you. Here's the truth. For every bill that's too high, there's a special interest profiting off keeping it there. They want you to believe that's inevitable, that it's just how the market works. But that's bullshit. We don't have to accept this. This campaign has been about proving that. My vision for California is based on a simple idea. The well-being of the most vulnerable shouldn't depend on corporations and billionaires choosing to do the right thing. We should have a system based on fairness, not on asking for fairness, where the most privileged pay their fair share not by charity, but by law. A system that reminds them of what I've been saying since the very beginning of this campaign. You didn't do it all yourselves. The soon-to-be tech trillionaires built their wealth here because California enabled them to. Because ordinary Californians worked hard and sacrificed day after day, year after year, to create the system where those billionaires could realize the dreams they came to this state to pursue. The California I believe in is a California where recognizing that hard work and honoring that sacrifice is fundamental to assigning credit and to designing our society. This race, more than any other in recent memory, laid bare the basic operating principle of American politics, a very uncomfortable truth. Money talks. In this race, we saw what corporate money tends to ask for: higher rents, lower wages, permission to pollute, to price gouge, and to treat workers as disposable. And in this race, we saw the way that money from some of the wealthiest people and corporations in the history of the world, mobilized when I said I'd tax it fairly. We saw a direct causal relationship between my plan for change and the $55 million of corporate money that flooded in to stop me. Single-payer health care? Here come the insurance companies. Clean energy? Here comes Chevron. Taxing AI? What about Meta? Lowering electric bills? Hello, PG&E. To quote FDR, never before in all our history have these forces been so united against one candidate as they stand today. They are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hatred.
Tom Steyer speaking to his supporters in the California gubernatorial race. Tom Steyer currently sits in third place, and it is a top two runoff system in California. Right now, the top two are Republican Steve Hilton at 26.7% and Javier Becerra at 25.8%. There's just about 50% of votes counted. Jessica Taylor, how much change could we see in these numbers over the last 50% of the votes coming in?
I mean, if people were holding their ballots till the end, if you had seen that many Tom Steyer ads and you still weren't convinced early on, I think that you probably were not a late decider. Again, I think people were holding their ballots because they were concerned about Democrats being locked out. They were waiting to see who was leading in the polls, and that was Javier Becerra in the end.
As we continue to watch California results, Kirk, Bado, take us to some of these House races that we're interested in tonight.
Well, one of the big marquee races that we were talking about earlier tonight is the California's 22nd district. That's the David Valadao seat. That is one of the most vulnerable Republicans in the country. Even before redistricting made it slightly more favorable to Democrats. David Valadao is one of the last remaining Republican impeachers. In fact, I think he will be, if he wins re-election, the last House member who voted to impeach Trump from 2021. And right now in that race, it's interesting that the more progressive candidate, Randy Villegas, is leading the DCCC BAT candidate, Jasmet Baines, as we got about half the votes in right now, about 47%. This has been a really bitter race to be the second person in that all-party primary here. It was assumed that David Valadao would advance to the general election, and the question was which Democrat would he face. The DCCC had named Jasmet Baines on its red to blue challenger list, and it was some pretty significant backlash amongst progressive organizations.
And we should mention DCCC is the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. This is the campaign arm of House Democrats.
Correct. That's the official member-funded campaign arm. They've been getting a lot of criticism this cycle from more progressive groups for getting involved in these contested primaries like this. And as we sit here right now, about an hour and a half after polls close, the more progressive candidate is leading the candidate that has been endorsed by the DCCC.
Taking your phone calls for the next 30 minutes, I should say 29 minutes and 10 seconds or so before we sign off for the evening. So go ahead and get your calls in. Democrats 202-748-8920, Republicans 202-748-8921, Independents 202-748-8922. If you voted today, it's 202-748-8923. Out to Hawaii, Tyler is waiting. Republican. Tyler, I know you've been waiting for a while. Thanks for waiting. What do you want to talk about?
Aloha.
Yeah, no problem. I'm originally from Southern California, actually, so I've been really watching the California elections close today.
And what's been most interesting to you, and who do you want to see win in these races?
So as a Republican, I'm actually socially conservative and fiscally liberal. So I'm rooting for Katie Porter for governor and Spencer Pratt for mayor of LA.
And what do you explain how you put those together?
Sure. So I really like Katie Porter's stance on single-payer health care and tuition-free college. I think I really admire that. And frankly, I really want to see a woman in the governor mansion. And then in LA, Spencer, he's going to tackle the homelessness crisis, which has really skyrocketed under Karen Bass.
Tyler, thanks for the call. Thanks for waiting way out in Hawaii. Kirk, Bado, not the first caller from California to mention the homelessness crisis as a key part of their vote. And it's something that Spencer Pratt has made a part of his ads. You see him in some of these ads walking by some homeless camps in Los Angeles and really hitting on that issue.
And I think that's a very real concern for voters, no matter what your party affiliation is. It's a very visible reminder of kind of the struggles that this local government has to contain that problem. You see it, people criticize and the same problem here in D.C. as well. And I think it's a real visceral anger that Spencer Pratt has been able to tap into and potentially get some crossover voters who don't just have that R next to their name. Caller is a prime example. Even though he's in Hawaii, he's someone who would support Katie Porter and Spencer Pratt. Now, if Spencer Pratt is one of the two candidates to advance here to the general election, he's going to need to hammer that appeal to those type of voters going forward if he has any shot against Karen Bass.
From the Aloha State to the Natural State, this is Oscar in Hot Springs. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was wondering, when you have a crisis like the Palestine fire and the president come down with the governor and the mayor to try to get those places rebuilt, they would cross some of the red tape. They never followed up on it. And another crisis, when ICE was there in California, and the mayor slapped everybody in the face and said that they were going to give so many people money for staying at home and bringing food to their doors, when you got Americans hurting just as bad. And they did nothing about it. I guess it was just for the votes.
That's Oscar in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and the issues that he's voting on. We are almost the end of the votes that we're covering tonight, though the primary road continues just next week. It is Maine, Nevada, North Dakota, and South Carolina. Jessica Taylor, what are you watching for in the primaries to come?
The Maine governor's race is quite convoluted. You have I've called it all in the family of sorts. Hannah Pingree, the daughter of Congresswoman Pingree, is in the race. Angus King III, the son of the current senator, but actually it's Nirav Shah, who has been leading the Democratic primary there for governor. He's the former state health executive, was leading the state during COVID. Troy Jackson, former state Senate president, in second. But Maine has ranked choice voting. So if some people may be strategically voting, you've actually seen very few of the candidates that have been criticizing each other because they need their other supporters, voters, to rank them second or third in order to get to the next round. Now, interestingly enough, while Maine uses ranked choice voting for Senate in the general election, they do not use it for the governor's race. So the governor's race will be just a traditional R versus D, but they use the ranked choice in the primary.
Kirk, Bado, what are you watching for in the Pine Street State, the Silver State, North Dakota, the Peace Garden State, and the Palmetto State?
Well, I think keeping it with Maine here, I'm also going to be watching that Democratic primary in the 2nd District. That is a battleground district that has voted for Trump, that President Trump has carried each of his 3 presidential elections, but in each of those, in 2018 onward, it elected a Democrat, Jared Golden. Jared Golden has retired. He's not running for re-election. So it's a district that Trump carried by about 7 or 8 points, I believe, in 2024. It is going to be not a must hold for Democrats, a nice to hold. And I'm really interested to see who is going to emerge from that primary. I'll also be watching in that Senate race if Janet Mills gets any sort of real support from people who might want to try to vote, lodge a protest vote against Graham Plattner. Janet Mills has suspended her Senate campaign. Graham Plattner is the presumptive nominee, but I'm interested to see with this string of controversies over the last week or so, how many of those Maine Democratic voters go over and lodge a protest vote for Janet Mills instead of Graham Plattner.
Yeah, Janet Mills reminded reporters this week she only suspended campaigning, so she remains on the ballot. I will be interested to see that as well, certainly. I think that, Chuck Schumer got a win tonight with getting Josh Turek over the finish line in Iowa. That was a very big win, but could not get Janet Mills across there. But ultimately, that Maine seat should be Democrats' easiest pickup because it's the only state held by a Republican that was carried by Kamala Harris. But when you have a candidate like Graham Plattner, I remember listening, he gave an interview to the New York Times just a couple of weeks ago, and he was asked by Lulu Garcia Navarro, is there anything else to come out? And he assured no. And anytime a candidate does that, when there's been enough things that have come out.
The media's going to start digging again?
Yeah. So I think have we seen the last of the Plattner oppo, I think is a real question.
Those races coming up next week, and then primaries continue into Oklahoma, Virginia, the Georgia runoffs, Maryland, New York, Utah. It's a lot happening in June. We're going to be covering it all here on C-SPAN. I'm sure you will be part of those coverage going forward. Mm-hmm. We've got about 20 minutes to continue to take your phone calls before we end this evening. Let's go back to a state in which primaries took place today. That's the Garden State of New Jersey. Lester's in Newark, Republican. Lester, go ahead.
Yes. My name is Lester. Yes, I'm calling about what's going on about the race in New Jersey, and I'm trying to find out who's winning in that race. And
which race are we talking about, Lester?
The Senate race, the Congress race, and all that.
Well, I tell you what, Lester, Cory Booker is well favored in that Senate race. He's running for re-election and will be in the general election. House races in New Jersey, there are several that we've been watching tonight. Kirk, Bado, which one do you want to focus on?
I think the big race there is New Jersey 7. That's the Tom Kaine seat where he has been AWOL since March 3rd. No one has seen him. He keeps putting out statements that we're going to get he's put out a statement today that we're going to get an update on his health within the coming weeks. We still have no real idea what's going on there. He ran uncontested in the Republican primary, but Democrats got to choose their nominee to go against him, and they overwhelmingly nominated Rebecca Bennett. She's a former Navy helicopter pilot. If that bio sounds familiar, it's the same bio as the current New Jersey governor, Mikey Sherrill. She really leaned into that part of her biography during this campaign. This is a really highly educated suburban district. It's the type of district that Democrats performed very well in 8 years ago during Trump's first midterm. And as these questions keep swirling around Tom Kean Jr.'s health, and he continues to not disclose what's going on here, what's causing this absence that's been going on for almost 90 days. I think even before all this, Democrats were feeling pretty good about their chances of flipping this seat. They got to be feeling great tonight, especially when they have a candidate like Rebecca Bennett.
Coast to coast, from Jersey back to California, this is Jameson in California. Go ahead. What race are you most interested in tonight?
Hey, good evening. The race that I'm really just most interested in is just the governor race, because we've had 8 years of Newsom, and it's just been a train wreck from the very beginning. I mean, Jerry Brown really set it up, and Newsom came in and knocked him down. I hope Hilton really gets it. I like Bianco better, but he doesn't have the support to get it. But I really do think that we just need to switch up in the end. Even if we get a more middle ground governor in there, that would honestly just really be better, because we've had years of this extreme left, and it has just destroyed California.
Who's a middle ground governor that you can think of, Jameson? Who fits that bill?
I can't think of exactly one in the middle. I haven't done research on every single one of them, but I really like Hilton much more than especially Tom Steyer. I didn't really agree with Tom too much, but I just really loved Hilton and Bianco, because I really thought they might actually be able to take the state from where it is now to bring it to be better.
If the results stay where they are now, and we're about 50% into the reported results, it would be Steve Hilton and Javier Becerra. Steve Hilton in the lead at 26.7%, Javier Becerra at 25.8%. Any thoughts on the latest numbers? Not much change here in the past hour since we've started looking at these.
We haven't seen a whole lot of change in the numbers so far. Again, we'll have another batch of probably Election Day votes getting counted sometime later tonight, before probably 3 a.m. Eastern time here. But I do want to say real quick here, one of the things that we've been hearing from a lot of the callers here is this just general dissatisfaction with leadership in California, and this calling for a change. And it's a small sample size, necessarily the C-SPAN callers here, but we've also seen that play out in a lot bigger ways with the exodus of people leaving California. In fact, it's one of the kind of key issues as we look ahead, not just toward the midterms this year, but if we look toward the census coming up in 2030 and the apportionment process. The latest figures there show that a lot of Democratic leaning states like California and New York are set to actually lose electoral votes and lose seats in Congress because so many people are leaving. And a lot of people are leaving to more Republican-leaning states like Texas or Florida, or a swingier state like Arizona. And I think that's something Democrats are really going to have to contend with, not just this cycle here, this frustration from voters over the state of leadership in California, but further down the line as they see kind of their political power and their political representation start to erode away as voters start voting with their feet.
You bring up Arizona, we'll go there. Dylan is in Kingman, Arizona. Dylan, thanks for waiting. Go ahead.
Hello, how are you been doing tonight?
Doing great, Dylan. What's on your mind?
I've been really paying attention to the mayoral race in Los Angeles and also the governor race in California.
And who do you like in those races?
I really want Spencer Pratt to be winning that race in Los Angeles because Los Angeles, I've been through there a lot as a kid. I actually was born in Mesa, Arizona, but then I moved to Southern California in just 1 year after I was born, and I just really hope the state can make a turnaround, because I just do not like how California's been going right now, and I'm really hoping that Steve Hilton. I'm really liking how Steve Hilton is doing really good in the governor's race, and I hope that it just keeps up, because it's just, man, the policies there during the time been there is just I just do not resonate with it. It needs to change. And also on the topic of Arizona, for Arizona, I will be voting for Biggs. Biggs is I like his policies, and I really hope that he will be able to win the primary here.
And that's the primary in the governor's race?
Yes. The primary and the primary in the governor's race. Yes, the primary in the governor's race here, and then another reason why I really want Hilton to just win the governor's race is because I used to live there for about 13, 14 years. My family and I, we had to actually leave the state because it was just getting way too pricey. Everything was just very, very expensive, and it was really hard on my family, so we had to move to Texas because of that. And I recently, 1 year ago, just completed my degree in chemistry, and I moved to Arizona recently because I just felt like I wanted to come back, and it's home here to me, and I like it here. So
Dylan, thanks for the call. Thanks for telling us about it. In Arizona, let's stay on Arizona for a second. July 10th is the primary date in Arizona. What are you watching for?
Well, Biggs is the front runner for that Republican nomination. He's running against Congressman Dave Schweikert, but Biggs has been endorsed by Trump. You had another candidate who dropped out of the race. I think that Biggs will easily win the Republican nomination.
And I apologize, it's July 21st, not 10th. You didn't want to throw you off there.
No, it's okay. You had me thinking that I thought that I had a little bit more rest between the June primaries and the Arizona primary at the end of July, so I'm glad that we get some time off.
I'll give you another 11 days.
To do that. Thank you. Thanks, John. No, but listen, I think this is a top race that Republicans are targeting against Governor Katie Hobbs there, but this is a state that went for Biden, then Trump won it again in 2024. I think it all just looks like what does the midterm election electorate look like in Arizona? How motivated are they by immigration? You had Trump that won over many Latino voters, but that Ruben Gallego was still able to win those in that Senate race against in that Senate race there. So I think those will be key voters that we are watching there. We rate that contest as a toss-up at the Political Report.
Is that the best pickup opportunity for Republicans on the governor's side besides maybe Kansas, where Laura Kelly's term limited?
Other than Kansas is definitely their best pickup opportunity, and we in fact have that one rated as lean Republican as for it being a potential pickup. So yes.
Let's stay in Arizona. Surprise Arizona. Roger waiting. Roger, go ahead. Let's talk Arizona politics.
Yes. So actually, I'm a recent transplant. I lived in Los Angeles for almost 30 years after moving there from New York. Basically, so the states from Jerry Brown just plummet and plummet. There's a train that supposedly today would be taking a high-speed train from Los Angeles to San Francisco. We all know about that. Millions and millions spent. This is going to sound somewhat Machiavellian, but I was actually pulling for Steyer and for Rahman, because my feeling is California is so beyond saving that you get those people in. Steyer starts this rich tax, the rich income tax. We have more corporations leaving from California, hopefully some settling here in Arizona. We've got Rahman, I know is going to defund the police. Bass, I cannot believe, a whole community burnt down and people show up for her. I live in downtown LA. I've been on a train where people choked me. I walked on a street one day where guys started taking wild swings at me. If he hit me, I wouldn't be on the phone today. I live in downtown LA. I live in Burbank. The place is a mess, and I just don't it's almost like California people don't understand what is a normal way of living. They need to go to other states and see. New York is just as worse. I was born in New York. I'm just as horrified what happened to New York. But people, I'm just baffled that people cannot look around them and see tents and homeless, people being attacked on the street, people being accosted. A guy's chasing me after me one day with my breakfast, insisting it's him. And they still vote Democrat. I'm just stunned. So at this point, I know California's finished. It's done. Hilton's not going to win, let's be honest. He'll get the most votes from the Republican, but once all the Democrats get behind Becerra, he'll win. Once all the Democrats get behind Bash, it's a dream. I can already give you the analysts right now. I've followed politics my whole life. So basically, that's why, Steyer and Rahman would be the best for the rest of us, but I'm sure Becerra, as long as he keeps following Newsom's policies, it's just going to help folks here in Arizona, of course, folks in Texas and folks in Florida. And that's my comment.
Roger, in Surprise, Arizona, what do you think of that political analysis of what's going to happen here eventually in the LA mayor and the gubernatorial race?
I think that he's correct that eventually, that even if Hilton finishes first, even if it looks like Bass will finish first in that primary in Los Angeles, but I think that when you have a traditional Republican versus Democrat instead of the jungle primary, that a Democrat, it's California and it's Los Angeles, and I think that a Democrat is going to be favored in either of those scenarios. Though, I think that the callers that we've heard tonight certainly have a lot of concerns, and this is where I think I'm more interested in, not more interested, but, as we look ahead to 2028, a lot of these things that the callers have been mentioning are going to be in, not especially Republican attack ads if Gavin Newsom is the Democratic nominee, but I'm interested to see how much his Democratic opponents attack him. It's, for running the largest state in the country where there's a lot of problems.
From the Golden State, just back to Iowa, the official AP call in on Zach Lane winning the Republican gubernatorial primary in Iowa.
I wanted to bring back to South Dakota as well.
Please do.
We'd been watching that one earlier in the evening. It looks like that one is going to a runoff, but it looks like it's going to be a Doden-Roden runoff. So Toby Doden is first. There's about 3/4 of the vote in, so it's not settled.
The vote ins for Doden and Roden.
Doden and Roden, which is a little bit of a surprise because polling had shown Roden in third place. So it's a pretty disappointing showing for Dusty Johnson, who is the at-large congressman there in South Dakota. So I think that, Doden's money certainly helped in this contest.
Rough night for Republican House members and gubernatorial primaries between Dusty Johnson and Randy Feenstra.
It is. And next week we'll watch to see what happens in South Carolina, where you have Nancy Mace and Ralph Norman running as well.
So at least one more member not going on to another elected position.
Exactly.
We've just got a few minutes left. Kirk, Bado, what else have you been watching for tonight that we're going to have to wait on results for in terms of House races?
It's a lot of House races in California. We'll be waiting for a little bit here. In California 6, for example, Kevin Kiley, who left the Republican Party, was a more conservative member, but his House district got completely shattered in the redraw. He's now running in California 6, which is a more Democrat-leaning seat. He is leading the all-party primary right now, just barely by about 3 percentage points over Richard Pan, who is a Democrat. He'll probably be favored, regardless of Kevin Kiley winning leaving the Republican Party. If they both advance to the general election, I'm still watching that California 22 race with David Valadao, and more looking at the two Democrats, Jasmine Baines and Randy Veldas there. And in California 40, that's the member-on-member primary we were talking about earlier between Ken Calvert, the two Republicans, Ken Calvert and Young Kim. I'm looking right now. It seems like those two are probably going to be in a safe spot to advance to the general election, where there's just going to be a real drawn-out, really bruising Republican-on-Republican general election there. So a lot of races further down the ballot that we're going to be waiting on calls for, and we'll probably be waiting on those for the next few days.
And we're waiting on the LA mayoral race as well. Here's an interesting scene. So the news reports have it that Spencer Pratt has locked out the media from his watch party where they're taking results. This is the headline on it. and we are waiting to see if there's any media going to be let in eventually. But Spencer Pratt currently in second place in the LA mayor's race. So we'll keep an eye on that one to see if he goes to the general election. Time for just another call or two. Caesar's in California. Thank you for waiting. Go ahead.
Hey, how are you doing? And look, so I'm originally from Texas, and like I moved out here to Visalia, like for agriculture. And my big thing, I was like with the gas, I'm like, I can't cuss on TV, but like sugar, like todo caro. But my big thing is, I think it's a foregone conclusion. Like obviously, you can look at the lieutenant governor's race and like the attorney general's race. The Democrats like are obviously coalescing behind Bonta for the AG, and I don't know who's running for lieutenant governor, but yeah, like that individual Democrat gonna win. So I don't know why, I don't know how the GOP out here is gonna make it work, but I just think they need to improve. Like they need to find a way to be more competitive, and I don't know if that starts out through through like local elections, but. Yeah, like in the long run, I don't know how this party is going to grow, because like at least in Texas, there's like the Democrats compete, like at least. But out here, man, it's crazy. Like, I don't know.
It's Caesar out in California. Let me get to Oscar in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Oscar, go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering why that the governor and the mayor in California never followed up when the president come down after the fires and cut all the red tape to help people rebuild. And I was wondering why the mayor, during the crisis, just came on and said that they had money to give illegal immigrants money so they didn't have to go out, be worried about getting caught, and it was bringing food to their house when the population there that's legal was suffering. And that was something that the whole world was watching.
That's Oscar in Arkansas. We have just about 2 minutes left. I want to get the final thoughts from our panel. Jessica Taylor, you've been good enough to be with us all night long. Kirk Bado been with us about half the night or so. We do appreciate that as well. Jessica Taylor, we'll begin with you. What we learned about the midterm elections from tonight's, what was it called? Super June's Day?
Super June's Day, yes.
Yes. Listen, I think the most consequential results were in Iowa because this is a state that Democrats are looking to make inroads in. They already had their preferred candidate in Rob Sand. They got their preferred candidate with National Democrats did with Josh Turek in Iowa. I mean, Zach Lane, I think he is more of an untested Republican candidate, but Randy Feenstra, I think, really has to be regretting the way that he campaigned there. And I think that Lane has the ability potentially to engage some more of those really diehard Republican voters. So that could make it a tougher race than Sand was anticipating. So we'll have to see.
Kirk Bado, final minute.
I think if you want to know who's going to control the House and by how much, you look at Iowa. We had competitive primaries. 3 of the 4 of those House districts are going to be in play in November. And I think if there are 2 districts, the Zach Nunn district, the Marionette Miller Meade seat, that are squarely in the toss-up column, those are going to be ones that Democrats need to win if they want to flip the House. However, if they also flip Ashley Hinson's open seat in Iowa, that's going to be a little bit bigger lift. If they get that one, that's kind of my barometer for how big the blue wave is going to crest. If they do a clean sweep of those competitive races in Iowa, Democrats are going to have a really good night.
You talk about your barometer. My gold standard of electoral reporting is the National Journal's Hotline and Jessica Taylor with the Cook Political Report. Kirk Bado and Jessica Taylor, come back again. We'll do more primaries this season. Please join us down the road.
Anytime. Thanks, John.
Thanks for having us.
And thanks to you, our callers, for joining us tonight. That's going to do it from our reporting here in D.C., but we are going to take you out to California. Coverage continues with Spectrum News SoCal live from Los Angeles. They'll continue with speeches and results. You can watch that here on C-SPAN.
Welcome to our primary election night coverage. My name is Amrit Singh, and people always talk about the nationalization of local elections and local politics. But tonight, it's our local elections that are taking over the national stage. We're seeing the first results in the races for California governor, Los Angeles mayor, as well as dozens of state and city races. And for those statewide races and local races where nobody breaks 50%, the top vote getter, regardless of party, will be moving on to the general in November.